I mean, if y'all aren't ready, we don't have to.
At the end of the set, let's see, last session, we got, what was it, life support back online?
You restored the cryogenic systems.
Restored cryo. Life support was on the priority list, but I believe we ended the session with us on the way to Stellar Nav with the idea of jumping the ship and or preventing What's-His-Nuts from sabotaging Stellar Nav. We learned a bit about the aliens who own the ship. Apparently they'd been receiving signals from another planet that they think might be their original homeworld. They decided they might be a lost colony, so they were trying to move their population back, and something was preventing them from doing that. Every time they made they were having to, do micro jumps or something to pull that off.
Well, their micro jumps was because they didn't have much experience in interstellar travel.
Okay, so they were bad at hyperspace.
Yeah, their planet, however, was attacked and presumably destroyed.
Which is why they are all in the little cryopods on this ship now, because their planet got blowed up.
Totally did not take that from anything.
Totally.
So the idea was get to Stellar Nav, put them on the proper course, and then deal with Dingus, because we found where he parked his ship based on the fact that the auto repair functions of the facility seem to be working on it.
So we're gonna break his ship if he wants to keep fucking with us?
Well, in theory, I presume his ship is already broken if the auto repair is fixing it.
We also found out that fire hurts him. So you set him on fire. He doesn't like that.
Yeah, we did make a pit stop at the ship. If there's anything you want to pick up, we made sure to pick up more med kits.
Oh, you did get access. You guys did access to Alien Armory.
Oh yeah, we also got their armory.
If you scroll up on the Roll20 chat, you'll see a number of weapons.
You are currently carrying, whether you want to use them, one of the alien pistols, one of the alien rifles, and one of the alien bazookas.
And we also, I also took a handful of grenades. I have no clue what they do.
I just need to know stats and skills.
Well, the stats at least are listed in the Roll20 chat. They're right before, they are basically the last entry in the chat. Skill, I presume, is Blaster, but it doesn't say one way or the other.
It's Blaster for the pistol and rifle. The launcher actually has an ammo, even though it is an energy type ammo. So I believe that'll fall under missile weapons for.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll just take the. Well, I'm carrying them anyway.
And so you were carrying them regardless, but we weren't sure which one you'd use, if any. But you were the only one who was really strong enough to carry them in theory.
I'd probably just go with using the rifle, mostly.
Because I couldn't remember what skills you had to know if you would be actually able to use any of them, but it was like, okay, we need to... And for research purposes and
I
nothing
have
else, we need to
5
take
dice
these.
and blasters, so...
But I couldn't remember if I'd specialized you or not.
Nope, you just gave me 5 dice and blaster.
Well, then yeah, you're good.
Yeah, 5 dice and blaster, 5 dice and dodge. Here's my combat. And don't get me wrong, I can hide a holdout blaster on me pretty easily. For 6 dice.
So we were just about to go into Stellar Nav, I think, when he called it.
Yeah. You guys did find the body of Lance Armstrong Coy.
All I heard was Lance Armstrong. Let's.
Yep, you found Lance Armstrong. Everything's a lie. He was really in a galaxy far, far away.
Also, I see Mecha.
Yeah, that's our version of the Mako.
Decided to use it for very dastardly purposes, meaning as a car.
Yeah, they was like, it's going to be an hour walk across the ship to get to the astronav. I was like, yeah, cool. How long would it be if we drove?
Let me check my skills. What would it be to use this thing?
Mecha piloting under mechanical.
I have at least 3 dice in it. Damn it. I can't do it. I would totally pick up doing that, though. There's no escaping that.
I say, yeah, that's one of the things of Pathfinder vehicle guy in theory. So.
And you would be.
Yeah.
And you'd have the Krogan go like, I want to use this to fight things. Teach me.
Yes, technically.
But it's only meant for driving. I see so many ways I can make this for fighting. Teach me.
I'd say, yeah, it's the civilian version. It's not as heavily armed as the military one was.
It's a Krogan. Give Krogan enough time, they'll find a way to make it military.
So yeah, that's where we are now.
Cool.
I guess we will. Assuming the GM is ready, we can enter Stellar Nav. Okay, start.
Okay. Oh, wait. I forgot one thing. I thought I had prepared, but clearly I did not. 1 second. Oh, that uploads mighty quick. Okay. Yeah. Right. There. Okay. The entryway of Stellar Nav has a bit of a issue. Apparently, there was some sort of must have been some sort of strike or other unfortunate thing, as the ground in the entryway is cracked a bit. For what you can see over here. That go there. Okay. Moving in that area does take a little bit of concentration to keep your balance, meaning that, excuse me, while it does not require a roll, it will take an action due to the amount of concentration, not just to keep your balance, to move in that cracked, crippled looking area up there.
Okay.
There are, of course, walls protecting the rest of Stellar Nav, and a door which is right there.
Try the door first.
Okay. Are you just opening it, or are you using a key card?
I have a key card. Might as well try it.
Okay, which key card are you using?
The highest level one we found.
Well, you have a security one and you have an engineering one.
We'll start with engineering.
Okay. Using the engineering keycard, the door will open. Feel free to move through.
I think my atmospheric sensors on the swivel.
Okay. This area right here is a... Oh, I see that did not translate very well, unfortunately. Okay, let me make a note. Okay, the area that I have a gray box around, which I don't know how visible it is. Do I need to change the color?
I'm not seeing a gray box.
Okay. Then we'll change the color.
Where am I supposed to be looking?
Okay, now it's an orange box.
Okay, over there, yeah.
That is actually is supposed to be slightly sunken into the floor, while the rest of this area is supposed to be more wall height. This particular piece of equipment is broken. It looks like it's been ruptured. And there is what looks like steam or something that has been heated under pressure to become steam, with energy arcing through it, which is this area right here. To the west are a number of pillars, and from what you, Amir, can see, some sort of a device that you can partially see. To the east is a raised area. Looks like it has at least one piece of equipment on it. You can go underneath. You could walk under there. And there is a piece of equipment just ahead of it, right there. The raised area does go above this, which is acting like a wall. This cloud right here, or rather the steam right here, unless you're using some form of optics that can see through it, it is like 90% obscuring.
Okay.
And as a note, this area right here is pretty much ground level, so you could move over to walk around it. Looks like you're going
attempting
up.
the high ground to see if I can get a view of the rest of
the... Okay. You'll have to get to the upper platform if you want to actually look over the wall.
Which is fine. I just, exhausted my movement, so...
Okay. Are people waiting for the Pathfinder to report in? Or are you guys moving yourselves?
I would stick with the Pathfinder.
Okay.
I'm waiting for the Pathfinder. I do not want, if the Pathfinder gets murdered, I do not want to be next to him when it happens.
Let's see, what is my total move?
Push come to shove, I can catch up.
If you can move one square up, because that technically puts you on top of a wall. Thank you. Said square. I've been playing 5th too long. It's one grid up. Okay. Since you're waiting, Kim, feel free, Klax and Emir, to take another movement.
Okay. If someone can move me, I
thought you said you were standing by. You can move if you'd like.
Okay, I thought you were saying that I had to move. Sorry.
No.
Okay.
Klax?
I said what I said.
No, he's telling you if you want to move, now would be the time to move your dude.
Yeah. I'd just be sticking with the Pathfinder.
I know, but I'm not. You're here, so I'm not moving your token. Okay, now you're on top. Now you're
gotta pay attention and move your own shit.
Now that you're on the higher ground, you're seeing a number of systems here. There's some computer systems right here, and some form of system with a panel right here. Now you can see over and above the the wall. What is dominating section of the room is this right here. It looks to be a three-dimensional holographic projection of surrounding space. It does highlight where the ship currently is. At the moment, it's represented by a flashing dot. The hologram is rather encompassing. So, if you were to say walk into it, it would be effectively as if you were in an obscured area, like say by smoke.
Mm-hmm.
There are the occasional appearance and progression of lines within the hologram. Anyone with any amount of dice in astrogation will be fairly certain that the lines that are occasionally being drawn and either shifting to a grayed out color or just disappearing entirely are projected routes. Excuse me. This over here, this down here, along the east side, you can't get a completely good look at, as these thicker protective walls are obscuring much of the equipment. Could I get a technical roll from Emir and Klax, since the two of you can see it from where you are?
Don't know why.
Oh, well then.
What kind of roll was it again?
Technical.
I was coughing up a lot.
Yep, technical.
Yeah. Let's see where this goes.
Okay, Flax, you have a few theories, though it looks like Amir has a much better idea, somehow, of what he's looking at.
Well, I mean, I'm the navigator, I'm the bridge systems guy, we're on a bridge.
It looks to be, it looks to be, advanced computational systems. And looks like also some of them are acting as either information buffers or parallel or secondary computational systems. You have to actually access it to be clear about those aspects of it.
Did you tell us what this was yet?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
That appears to be a miniature star contained in a ring.
Just hanging out on the bridge.
Well, this isn't the bridge, but yes, by all appearances, it appears to be a miniature star, specifically a...
Okay, the navigation area is hanging out.
Specifically a blue star, which is indicative of younger stars. Contained within a ring. There is what is clearly cautionary markings that boundary a particular area, as you can see by the caution tape. As for why there is what appears to be a miniature star here, you can't exactly tell by looking. Other than the fact that it's contained.
Alright, Kim, you're up.
Woohoo.
Need to figure out where the relevant buttons are.
I will roll for button relevancy. Time to figure out how buttons work. Come on.
Given how much of a dick this guy's been, I am taking a moment to pointedly find maintenance hatches.
Okay. Okay.
Because every time he shows up, he pops out of those.
Make a search roll. Feel free to add in any kind of sensor pod-esque bonuses.
Damn straight, I got my helmet.
Alright, that is a 31 from me, David.
Okay. Let me move you to the relevant control systems. Okay. Your trapdoor search for things that you have line of sight on.
I have the high ground. I am the line of sight.
I'll give you that one. 030, you were level 30. Okay. Looking at the control systems on the raised area, Kim, you are able to find that some of these systems are monitoring what appears to be a miniature star. Though, upon further examination, you're able to find out what its true purpose is. It is, how do I phrase this? It is perhaps an excessively roundabout way. It is being used for a form of quantum computing.
Okay. They're using a sun as a computer?
I think they're using the sun as a power source for the computer.
Oh, that makes much more sense.
Okay, sweet. So, power. Awesome. They finally figured out how to make solar panels affordable.
No, this looks like they're just using contained nuclear fusion.
You already had that one season where they basically made a Dyson sphere around the sun.
Well, that's what.
Well, this clearly isn't a Dyson sphere.
I'd say that's what you do with the Dyson sphere: is you make it around the sun. Otherwise, it's just a giant ball.
Let's see.
Build around a black hole. You kind of get the same thing.
No, that's not how that works.
The whole point of the Dyson sphere is that it's a planet with a sun. Because the sun is what lets the planet be a planet. If it's a black hole, then it not only doesn't generate power, but it also doesn't generate anything you need for life, and everything dies. The whole point of the Dyson sphere is life is inside it.
I would
No, that's not the point of the Dyson sphere. The Dyson sphere is literally designed to be a 100% efficient solar power plant.
It gives off radiation.
I thought they were still supposed to be living inside it. It was supposed to be like a colony type thing.
No. You're thinking of the whole world concept, and that's different.
Are you talking about?
I argue that in the case of a black hole, you could derive energy from the accretion disk.
That was about the other thing. That's what I was saying. I was like, it still emits radiation, which you could possibly harness.
You just have to be aware of material burps.
Hypothetical megastructure compasses a star to capture a large percentage of its solar power output. Okay.
Yeah, I think what you're thinking of is that early TNG episode where they said a thing was a Dyson sphere.
Well, anytime I've seen a Dyson sphere, that's because we had a I've only seen Dyson spheres twice. Once in Star Trek, where that's what it was, and the other time was Moonfall, where that's also what it was.
Yeah, which confused the fuck out of me because I was like, "Wait, why is it?"
You're right, because it was using a
they both times it was called a Dyson sphere, and the whole point was you had the sun inside it to power everything, but people were supposed to be living on the interior of the surface.
No, that's just not how those work.
I was like, because when I saw that, I was like, wait, how the fuck is this thing even existing? I was like, shouldn't a gravitational pull of the white dwarf be fucking up everything?
Well, the point is that if you have enough science to build that you can do something to protect from that.
Something gravity. I mean, yeah. I mean, granted, I didn't watch the movie for for it to make sense. I watched it because because what's his face likes making things go boom.
The moon being a gyroscopic yo-yo was funny.
Hello, welcome to your eternal hallucination. This is your gift.
It's like there's not many movies where you can hear, "No, the moon's coming back."
Well, the moon's passing close enough. Maybe if we throw ourselves hard enough at it, we can catch ourselves in this gravity.
Okay, yeah, I'm thinking of a bubble world.
I want to do that.
They used the wrong name for the science fiction thing.
I want to do that, David. We need to have a mission where the moon is about to crash into the planet, and we just our ship runs out of power and it doesn't have enough energy to get into space, but it does have enough to get close enough to where we get sucked into its gravitational pull.
There isn't a.
It sounds ripe for this.
Yeah, I vaguely recall there wasn't. I think it was a D6 adventure. I vaguely recall one like that. I can't remember. It might have been a D20 conversion because I think they did. Because I think there was one that was like set during the Long War that was kind of doing Serpentol.
Yeah, there was one that was kind of doing Serpentol. I want to say there was also a time where I pulled a Serpentol.
You pulled a Serpentol, but that was you doing your own thing. But I remember there's two adventures I'm thinking of. One was again Supernova, which is again very similar.
Yeah.
And the other one was like that was the premise of the adventure was like you have to get to you're trying to get off the planet before the moon crashes.
Yeah. But to verify, and I apologize for any headaches, Eric. But to clarify, the miniature star is not being used really strictly as a power source, but due to the fact that stars do affect things on incredibly small levels, and are essentially smashing atoms and stuff for fusion as it is. It is using it for subatomic computational purposes. I will phrase it like that.
I have more problems with that than saying that this is not a Dyson sphere.
I have a feeling that you'd be on Brian's side about the thing where I essentially had a world that had the orbital distance of Mercury and had you guys go on it to explore it. Because I'm like, it's Star Wars. which is a science fantasy versus science fiction.
Yeah, that's why I'm not complaining too much. That's why I've been quiet this whole time. Just like, no, this would not be a Dyson sphere. Dyson spheres are power sources. There are power plants.
I know, I agree.
Don't live in them.
I agree with you there. Though,
that's it.
Though at first I actually did not know better. I took TNG at its word.
That's okay. Dyson took TNG at its word too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's a note here on the Memory Alpha, thing about when they actually got to watch the episode Relics. I was like, it was sort of fun to watch it. It's all nonsense, but it's quite a good piece of cinema.
That's a much more sincere version of It Was Beautifully Made. Doesn't make a lick of sense, but it was beautifully made.
Well, even his own later on, they note here, it's like, oh yeah, it's like, yeah, my own theory of the Dyson sphere is a long time standing joke. It was just a random thought experiment. It wasn't actually supposed.
I'm gonna get back to this.
They were done as a random thought experiments that then turned into popular science fiction for some reason.
I'm gonna get back to this, but I do want to say that according to at least GURPS, it was mentioned that any society with the technological capability to build a Dyson sphere would have reached a point where they no longer need a Dyson sphere.
Let's.
Even he's like, he mentioned again, the guy who actually came up with Dyson said the same thing.
To be fair, though, we're almost at the point where we could build a Dyson sphere, and we're not at the point where we don't. The power from a Dyson sphere wouldn't be needed.
Well, here's a question: would you prefer a Dyson swarm or a Dyson sphere? Because I would think a Dyson swarm would be easier for us to make.
It goes into various. There's different types of Dyson spheres.
Right, that's what he's saying.
Like Dyson shell,
the shell, the swarm.
There's like different versions. It's not just Dyson's sphere is just a spherical object that surrounds the sun for the purpose of creating power.
Yeah, just traditionally it's thought of as a, unified spherical object.
That would actually be a Dyson shell.
Yeah.
While the classical sense of a Dyson sphere is a series of rings that orbit the star and collects power in a grid-like formation.
Okay, I've seen that. I did not realize that was the classic interpretation. Okay.
Dyson swarm is just a whole bunch of solar-powered satellites and space habitats that are in a dense formation.
Oh yeah, I know what Dyson swarm is.
You're referring to. And then a Dyson bubble is it's effectively the same thing as a Dyson swarm, but can be constructed incrementally. And the Dyson bubble, they're not actually in orbit unlike the Dyson swarm. They're just set in positions around the planet, and they have to be able to use large light sails using the pressure of the solar winds. So, just giant, ungodly amount of radiation to counteract the pull of gravity.
But, concerning this, I guess I'll simplify it even further.
Alien sci-fi computer.
Yeah, alien sci-fi computer. These people could have learned how to use stars as computational resources.
Mm-hmm. Somehow.
Somehow. You're in a different galaxy.
Different galaxy, different science. I understand. That's the point.
What's that's
what I'm not complaining about it. I'm just like,
what's the creator of Skyrim's saying? It just works.
Yeah. Again, this falls under the idea of this is why we have the tech expert. He scans the shit. He tries to download schematics from the computer, and then we take it back to the Nexus and go, the fuck.
But yeah, this area up here monitors and controls the star aspect of it. It's what you're seeing, Kim. This particular area is not purely dealing in the navigation, though right now it is. Excuse me. Right now it is in the process of running a computational solution for Starlane travel.
Okay.
Its estimated time of completion is 10 minutes, though it is occasionally fluxing as it is interpreting new and shifting variables.
As all good downloads do.
Yeah.
So, I don't know about y'all, but I don't trust alien mathematics with alien civilization that barely knows how to go into hyperspace.
Oh yeah, I figured I was just going to pathfind our way over there, but they wanted us to secure the place first, so... Because, the invisible, bastard has been, doing a very good job of, fucking with their ability to jump.
Mm.
So I figured once we identified where the nav console was and where the lever that you're supposed to throw to go to hyperspace were, I could solve their problem.
Point of clarification. The drive cores were repaired using parts stolen from your ship?
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay.
Which was weird, because they were like, yeah, we didn't do that.
Yeah.
And we're like, why is he fixing their hyperdrive?
I just wanted to...
Stealing our parts to prevent us from leaving? I understood. Him fixing their hyperdrive is weird.
Okay. I just wanted to be clear, because I know this entire thing's been a little confusing here and there.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to be clear about that, since it's stuff your characters would be aware of. Okay.
So yeah, if you can figure out where the relevant controls are, I can solve their entire mission.
Even then, it's likely that he could have put in the coordinates and he's trying to get this ship to somewhere else.
That's also
that they are not. That's my current thoughts of why it is currently calculating something. So I think we should stop it, secure the area, and then let you do your thing.
Well, again,
and then
that comes down to Kim and Tim being able to figure out which buttons are the relevant buttons.
I assume because we had time to go back to the ship, I've made sure everyone has to translate the language set into their helmets and their Omni tools so that they don't need me.
I don't think they have translation visors or software. Is that a thing that's on your Omni tools?
It is not installed on the Omni tool. However, there is a thing I've seen in the equipment book and on RPG or two different versions of it, where you have like the earbud that can have like one language in it.
It would make sense for the expeditionary group to have that.
Yeah,
so,
that's like, you know the device I'm talking about, right?
Not specifically, but I'll take your word for it. I imagine there's.
I can't remember if it's in the espionage / diplomat book or if it's in the. But there was a thing. It's like an earbud that has like one language in it.
Okay, in which case, Klax, you could program that in. Though that would take, considering what you're trying to do, I'd say that would take an hour to do. If you want to rush it, you could double the. You could make a roll and double the the difficulty in order to make it in a half an hour. Or
and how long did it take us to drive to get from the area back to the ship and then drive from the ship to here?
You're running both legs getting to the ship and then.
Well, no, the relevant part would be driving from the ship to here.
If I remember correctly, I believe I said 20 minutes because you guys have actual velocity and not.
Okay, so assuming time for unloading the Hezak and grabbing medkits, we probably took about 30 minutes between then and here.
Okay.
So if you can do it in half an hour, we should be good. Otherwise, you're probably still in the process of downloading the language.
I would say languages roll to program in the languages.
Oh.
You're lucky. You could have communications.
Pretty good at that.
I guess I can need a repair too. It could have been a number of things.
I will take languages because I have 4 dice in that for 4 overconfidence.
Okay.
Gives me the best chance. Same thing with communications.
No, it's not the translator later. Well, that would also do it.
You guys ever have a new ice drink you're excited to try, but you're paranoid as fuck about the fact that it might taste like shit?
All the time.
Nothing, then you're just stuck. Exactly. I'm about to be in that situation.
The difficulty was 26.
I did my job, guys.
Okay.
How dare you?
Because this is an ear thing, I presume it's purely auditory translations.
I would presume so, but they haven't seemed to have a problem understanding us. Well, we've done the back and forth on the comlink, I mean.
Well, remember, as I've stated, right. I've been presuming Klax has been translating.
But yeah, presumably this is only one-way translation. Okay. I don't know how an earbud would do two-way translation.
Yeah. I suppose you could have a tiny speaker on it.
I know, like, the transliterator wand does, because you, like, speak into it like a microphone and then you point.
I think Google has something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can do that with your phone.
Okay. Is there anything else that you, Kim, are wanting to do with your access to the, I don't know, what's the cool name? The computer star, the data star.
Data star.
The data star. There we go.
The Matrix of navigation.
I actually really love the name of that. We need one of those.
I am Optimus Guide.
Okay. I vote for that. We need a tractor trailer. So we need a semi truck that specifically only and a space baron.
Okay, I think that's the one I'm thinking of.
Keep your arms. Keep your arms. Shit, I can't even do Optimus Prime voice. Keep your arms in the vehicle and keep your eyes peeled. It's time to roll out.
I mean, it's about saying we've already determined that spaceships actually don't have to have any sort of actual shape or form to them to travel through space. So we technically could just attach a hyperdrive to a pickup truck.
Have you looked in the freighter's book? Have you looked in the freighter's book? Most of them are pickup trucks.
Oh. Cool. It has a language choice of 4D.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so basic shit.
Yeah.
Okay. You can ask him about the peace pipe.
I don't believe that I can think of anything else that needs to be done in particular.
I wasn't sure if you wanted it to like run any anything.
Well, I believe the idea was to stop the current thing so I could tell it to go where they're trying to go.
This is again. This is like it calculating things versus.
This is not the one making the jump.
Yeah, it's not the area that locks in the coordinates and tells it to jump. This is just again controlling the system, monitoring the data.
Okay.
You can feed it certain commands. It's kind of like
it's like the archaic navigation plotter, where it's like, okay, you can do the math over here, but it doesn't actually affect anything.
Yeah, it's like you need the other set of controls to accept which plot you want and then tell it to go. Kind of like was it Hellman navigation?
Yeah. So in theory, this is the navigation room, not the control room for actually navigating the ship. From what we're seeing,
there are indications that this room could trigger a jump just at the specific station that you're at.
Okay, so we need to find. Can you figure out, based on your technical knowledge, which station I need to be at?
Possibly. Should be able to. David, I can do that, right?
Wish Discord was here. She could start mining these damn doors while.
Well, you know it's none of the things up here. Now you could probably destroy the place if you wanted to, by
Well, if you come over here,
by turning off the containment.
If I understood correctly, from over here we can see the rest of the area, so you can.
Mostly, I mean, it's a bit fuzzy over here just because there are walls and stuff, and anything within here. So if it's none of these controls, then it has to be something in this side of the room.
Yeah. So if you come over here to the railing, you should be able to take a look around and maybe find it without us actually going over there. Maybe.
Okay. I would given the nature of where it is, I would need a search roll.
Oh, okay. 1 second. My character has search. Not much of it. But it's enough. 14.
14? Okay, you can't see any other controls from where you are. However, you would suspect that there are going to be controls around somewhere around these things.
I suspect there's going to be some around here.
Around this area.
Oh, okay.
You haven't been able to see anything specifically from the angles that you have and some of the things that are blocking specifically what you need to see, but you'd suspect it was somewhere in this area.
Okay, cool. Should be over there.
Okay. I have to remember you guys do have a decent leg up on the Not Predator right now, given your speed. So, okay.
Yeah, and here, that was, we should have hopefully outrun him.
With that in mind...
Unless the ductwork in this place is really fucking amazing.
The ductwork might just be superficial highways.
That's what I mean. It's like, if the ductwork is so amazing, he can find shortcuts to let him keep up with a speeder.
Maybe he has a speeder of his own. Maybe he took one of your speeders. No, he didn't take
we only have the one!
That's right, you guys don't have VPS.
Nope. Okay, so we know where to go now, in theory?
Yeah, do I need to use the arrow again?
Please.
Okay, can specs... There'd be controls somewhere,
somewhere in the office space. Okay.
Yeah, in this area over here.
Okay, I'll go scout that out. You guys can feel free to take the stairs.
There are no stairs from the balcony to over here. You'd be jumping the wall.
I know.
Okay. Whoa.
I will expend a charge from my rocket pack.
Alright.
To land over there so I can scout it for them while they're taking the stairs down and around.
Okay, can you just directly shot over there?
Mm-hmm. Go around the safety perimeter of the sun.
Okay, you see, that's why I was like, whoa, okay, you're just moving in a straight line, fine.
No. That was for ease of token movement, but yeah, I'm following the safety, the safety lines.
Okay. I don't want those things where I was like, I roll this, why am I rolling this? We should went through it. No, I didn't. Well, according to your token, you did. So... okay. You can actually be on top of that wall if you want.
That was the idea. Maintain the high ground so we can try and look down into the other cubicles.
I will just start casually walking to catch up with you.
Okay. You're just going into there. Okay.
That's the door, isn't it?
That's energized steam.
Oh.
The orange box is the door, I believe.
The orange box is this is actually ground level as opposed to this, which isn't.
So you want to go over the orange box.
So you can traverse that.
Cool. I guess I will continue on. I can only go this far anyways.
I mean, you can run if you'd like.
You're asking the person if a bad need to run.
I mean, you can do it. You're just at -1D.
Kim, what are you doing?
Actually, let me double check. Does it affect running? I believe it does.
I think you're at -1D to the skill, but you can do it. While he's looking that up, having actually read the entry now, would that translate both ways? Sounds like it might translate both ways.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, according to what you showed me, it sounds like because it can also be worn as like a pendant.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like it can do effectively a Google Translate attempt at 4D.
Yeah. Okay. So it does work both ways.
Yeah. Though again, for like rudimentary shit.
Well, again, he's in theory uploading it, so hopefully it'll be a little less rudimentary, but yeah. .4D is in theory enough to have functional conversation with him putting the language syntax in there. So yeah, coming around.
Okay.
There's more running.
Okay, cool. Clack, should I get a perception roll?
$17.
17. That is enough.
Is a good enough set piece as any.
You
Damn, I missed a hash.
You notice a maintenance hash that was hidden behind a piece of machinery that you could see because of the direction you went.
Curse you, high ground!
I am going to go over to this thing. And now that I see it, I'm going to tell Kim there's a thing for him to weld shut.
Well, Kim is currently not here right now, so...
I'm just going to make it known that there's another one here for him to weld shut. I assume we told him about this one. I assume you mentioned these.
Yeah, I've marked the ones I saw.
Did you see this one then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That one I was able to see from the up there on the gantry or whatever it was.
Yeah. I have the hatches in the GM layer, so any that are visible are things that one or more of you have seen.
So far, of the ones we are aware of, the only one I missed is the one you just discovered.
Cool. But yeah, I was going to say to let Tim Servo go and weld them shut so that Tim can do Tim things.
Okay. Considering Brad had a phone issue. With that discovery, Emir, were you wanting to move to kind of looking around in this immediate area?
As I'm looking at definitely looking at the cubicle below me. I don't know if I can see the other two, the east and west ones or not, but I'm definitely looking at the one below me.
Yeah, this is tied into like navigation and computation systems. Okay. I'll assume you're wandering around. Feel free to make me a search roll. And also, are you entering the holographic area?
Currently, I'm trying to balance up on that wall as I make my way. Just again checking the cubicles right now.
Okay.
Making sure nobody's hiding down there.
Gotcha.
10, 15.
Okay. There is a couple things you will notice, actually. Now that you are a bit closer, you see faintly through the holographic star chart area that there is a control console right here. There is a control console over here.
So there's one in the fog?
Yeah.
Okay.
And those rolls, you find two things that were previously hidden to you. Funnily enough, they're still hidden to you with how this is working. There's a maintenance hatch right here, and
I can kind of see
right
it I can kind of see it if I lean in.
Yeah, and as you can see just from this, they were being obscured due to distance and being within the holographic field. Both Clax and you, Amir, can see this now that you're closer. There are representations of previous sites and notes on the navigational hologram. Yeah. So control panel.
This one. This way. Let me see the most.
Hey, Klex, you feel free to move if you want. These columns, since you are moving near them, look to be a combination of holoprojector, power capacitors, and computer systems. The light in this room at the moment is largely provided by the what do you call it? The matrix of navigation.
Mm-hmm.
The matrix of navigation.
So this hologram right here is there isn't actually anything dangerous about it, correct?
Not that
It's just a hologram.
as far as we can tell.
As far as you guys can tell, it is just a third-dimensional holographic projection of space and places they're trying to calculate to get to.
Well, in that case, I have no problems going through it to go over here, and I will make another running roll.
Okay. Moving through it, you'll notice that a few highlighted areas momentarily respond to your presence, as if there's a bit of holographic touch control built into this. But as you pass it, it eventually goes, "Oh, I guess someone was trying to use me." Okay. These brighter, kind of bluish areas right here do look rather familiar to you. They look like the same kind of phenomena that is outside the station right now. 18? Okay, yeah, that's enough.
Hello, Mirror.
Hey.
The giant holographic map responds to touch input.
Okay.
So it recognized that I was just walking through it.
Which leads to my suspicion that that's probably the navigation system, but just gonna check this over here real fast.
I like that this position in just the way we could actually be in front of it. Okay. Okay, I take it you don't want to do anything specific, just figure out what this is,
he's just
for?
Trying to figure out this is the station he's looking for.
Computer programming and repair, there's some basic stuff you'll automatically know, but I figure if you're actively exploring it, it'd be programming and repair, so I can give you some extra information depending on how well you roll.
18.
18? Okay. For a second I thought I rolled a 1.
There we
go. 18, okay. This is tied into the into the navigational system. The console is essentially a secondary input. You could, for instance, turn the holographic projection system off and just rely on the consoles. Though the projection system would be useful if a group of people are working on something, as it can accept multiple inputs. At the okay. At the moment, it is attempting to lock down the coordinates for the anomaly that's right next to the ship.
Lock them down, as in like confirm where it is.
Yeah, it's trying to lock in coordinates, which is currently still being processed. You can actually move where the projection is in the room if you want from here. You can program in hyperspace coordinates. You could also use it for STL navigation if you'd like, though primary control for that is Helm in the command and control area. It's just this being the navigation area, you could override that from here.
Okay, well, in that case, we're going to try to navigate it away from the anomaly, since we know, since to our understanding, the anomaly would be bad for hyperspace.
Yeah, that's your understanding, yes.
So we will begin by trying to set the ship to navigate away from that.
Okay.
And then with that set in, it's like, alright guys, I'm going to need you to cover me for a moment, just in case. And then he's going to go into concentration, so I can use instinctive astrogation.
Alright, I've got the flamethrower ready.
Based on that information we found in the log or whatever it was, to lock in where we're trying to go.
That's right, because all you need is a name, really, to
yeah.
have it off there.
That's a 35 instinctive astrogation.
Okay.
And then I have to make it very easy to put it into the computer. Which I did.
Okay. The navigation system returns that hyperspace travel is not possible on that route. Your own sense of the situation is also that you could not sense a safe route to that area of space.
35 wasn't enough?
Well, there is just no safe route.
That would be the obvious interpretation, yeah. I'm just double checking the power real fast.
Everything is dangerous.
See if there's another interpretation the character would have.
Well, it's okay. I mean, feel free to read it, but if I remember correctly, the power does not allow you to plot hyperspace jumps to areas that could not allow hyperspace transit.
Right.
So,
if there is a route, I find it. If there is not a route, then...
Yeah.
There's just no feasible way to get through.
To calculate astrogation routes without the use of a computer, the user is a sense skill to feel through the myriad of hyperspace routes to determine the safest path. Difficulty determined by treacherousness, etc., etc., etc. Okay, so a 35 came back with that, which means the character probably would interpret that as there is no route to this place.
That being said, the navigation system does identify an anomaly near the area of space you were trying to program.
I'd like to overlay our surveyed star maps over with their star maps.
I presume you have
on the
a
Omnipod,
copy with you. Okay.
See if there's anything nearby where they're trying to go, or maybe like our probe droids may have seen where they're trying to go to get an idea of what.
The area of space on your map is blank because it's Uncharted.
Okay, we don't even have probe droids over there doing naming or whatever. You know, like what we do with the telescopes, where we just give it a name and a number.
There are from that standpoint. Okay, yeah, there are objects that have been identified, stellar objects that have been identified in that region. Just no probe has been able to do it. There is an anomaly that lines up on both of your charts. That is 250 parsecs away from the from your target destination.
Do we know what type of anomaly it is?
The Expeditionary Force, no. It's listed as an anomaly that needs to be researched.
Okay, so we don't know if it's hazardous or not. Alright.
Not as far as the Expeditionary Force is concerned.
Alright, well...
you could query this system.
Yeah, that we'll do that.
Okay. That's why I was specifically phrasing it like that. Okay. It identifies the anomaly. It's it's actually a the anomaly next to the ship is the same kind of anomaly, except it's the one next to you guys is disrupted. Which is part of the reason why it's so dangerous right now. So it's the same general classification. How about the alien? No, you guys at this point know the name of the
Tim, one of you, when you get a minute, can we download these guys' star charts? They fill in some holes on ours.
You say we need some what now?
Can you download these guys' star maps? They seem to plug some holes that are in ours.
Yeah.
According to the Vashan navigational system, it's identifying the points as the beginning of star lanes. And that as of an hour and a half ago, the modified drive cores were brought online, so the navigational system could accept a star lane jump. But it, again, in terms of like if you try to run standard hyperspace lanes through here, the navigation system will spit out that it won't work.
Are these guys trying to use some kind of wormhole tech?
That sounds like a good question.
That's why I was putting it out there to the science guys. Because I believe Kim has a specialty in hyperspace physics.
I think he does, yes.
Yes, I do. 1 second. I will tell you everything about hyperspace.
I love this. It's like, my language skills will never come into play. Oh, look, language skills. My hyperspace skills will never come into play. Oh, look, hyperspace physics.
I gave them skills that would be useful for Uncharted hopping.
Yes.
I mean, I must say, I have effectively used this skill. This is number 2.
Yeah, I think it's come up in one of the other ones.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think I think you posed a question to me.
Yeah. I think it was the first Andromeda special where we were on the ship and we had to go down to engineering to do something.
Ah, okay.
Wow. Okay.
No, don't tell me it was a 1.
No. It's unreasonable.
I say Brian and Eric don't roll ones. They roll like 50s on 2d6.
Oh no! You've seen me roll them.
Yeah.
You've seen me roll them. They are horribly timed.
Hey now,
Must say-
you have seen me roll everything under the sun. I literally put my dice in front of you.
Yeah, I know.
And you rolled them yourself.
Yeah.
And you're like, the fuck is wrong with your dice?
Anyway.
Let's see. 36.
36. Okay.
To be fair, I do have 76 in there.
Yeah, like I said,
Funnily enough, I was actually thinking 40, but not for the difficulty. I thought you would roll a 40. 36 is pretty damn close to what I thought.
It was just a lot of fives. That was just a lot of fives that didn't kill Rathy. So I was like, okay, this works.
Question: is Kim still over at the controls concerning the Matrix of Navigation, or what do you call it? That you guys are exploring. You get the name shit.
I'm wherever I needed to in order to get the star charts.
Okay, the star charts would be over where these guys are.
like the path,
Okay, I'll move down there.
it's like the official guys hate this team because we keep naming all the shit we discover stupid shit like Metroid and Matrix of Navigation.
Okay.
They wonder why we get... They get annoyed with us, but they're just like... They survive shit. And they get shit done. How are we supposed to complain about this?
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, if they want to name shit, then maybe they should bring their asses out here and do this dangerous shit.
they in theory are doing that also. We're not the only Pathfinder team.
I think last time you guys encountered another Pathfinder team.
Yeah, last time we found a dead Pathfinder
Yes,
team.
and they were all dead except for one.
And then I'll say maybe they should find something interesting for once. Like we're the ones always finding interesting shit.
They found it before we did. We just named it first.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if you find it if you die first.
I think because their Pathfinder was still alive at the end of that one. It's like we found their science officer and their Pathfinder.
Okay.
Huh.
Um,
And they didn't even name it?
They were too busy trying not to die.
Yeah.
Priorities are shit.
I'm pretty sure they were like, okay, I'll name it my after-action report after we get out of here alive. Whereas, Emir was like, I'm shooting at it. I need something to call it so when I shoot at it, when I tell other people to shoot at it, they know what I'm talking about.
I mean, I'd be honest, I'm like, we're trying not to die, but we still managed to name it.
Because if I remember right, it's like you guys were doing the science stuff, and he was sitting on the corner with his Omnitrol trying to figure out how to make Metroid an acronym.
Yes, I knew you were trying. I was just like, I want to burn it down. Just burn them.
So, yeah.
They burn them, damn it.
Tell us how the space bridge works, monkey.
Okay.
To be fair, I did bring the flamethrower.
Okay. These anomalies.
Well, they give it a missile launcher that fires black holes, so I'm okay.
These anomalies.
We actually have those.
These anomalies. First, actually, no. Let me answer the actual question first, and then I can get into my little bit of exposition. The question was, are they doing wormhole stuff?
Yeah. Are they trying? Is this like a wormhole jump, like a space bridge system? Because Transformers.
The short answer is the short answer is yes. Basically, their modified hyperdrive system, provided that it works correctly, should be able to trigger a jump at one of these anomaly points that should have a corresponding endpoint.
So, Kim, assuming any of these exist in our galaxy, I think we found you a way off this boat.
Woohoo!
You can go back to the Prime Galaxy.
I'll tell you guys, I'll send you guys a note.
From what you can tell from these readings, Kim, from the Vashan's own scientific information, you are fairly certain, like 80% certain, that these anomalies, at least the ones that they've detected, are artificial in nature. The Vashan themselves don't know, they haven't classified them as such, but to your knowledge, they are too odd to be natural. I know you're in an entirely different galaxy, so not all the rules necessarily apply. But from your knowledge, from your able to piece together, that these aren't natural occurrences. I will remind you guys that a part of the expedition from last time was that the transmission mentioned that they were, quote, bounded in space.
Whatever the fuck that means.
The interpretation was that they were locked or imprisoned in a particular area of space. Excuse me.
Oh, something was preventing them from leaving.
Yeah. And from what you can tell here, one of these, I'm not sure what you want to call it. I know you've been calling it a space bridge. One of these space bridge points could lead there. I say could because the Vashan navigation system doesn't know how to determine what two or more interconnected points are, just that the points exist. And their modified drive was an attempt to access one.
All right.
At this point, the Matrix navigation has completed. It's.
I was just joking. Is what we're calling it.
No one objected to the name Ymir threw out.
It's in the log.
So unless someone wants to rename it, that's what. It doesn't matter what I want to call it. You guys are the Pathfinder. You guys are the Pathfinder team.
What was the name that Brian said again?
The Matrix of Navigation. That's what I've been calling it.
Yeah, I agreed with that a while ago. I was okay with that.
It doesn't matter what's in my notes. I just have it in there as something as I can identify. You're the explorers. The Matrix navigation has finished its initial calculation set. Since you are actually at the navigation panel, it has successfully calculated using the anomaly next to this ship as its entry point, though it appears that that there's a glitch in the auto engage protocols. So you can see on the console that it's that essentially it begins to run an auto jump command, but then it encounters an error. For Eric, I'll say it's a runtime error.
You could have just said there's a glitch in the Matrix and looked at that. I'd be okay with that one.
So it just needs somebody to throw the switch? I don't have to...
It needs someone to throw a switch for the coordinates it was originally programmed, trying to seek out. I know you were wanting to put in your own hyperspace coordinates, which it fed back as a negative because the hyperspace can't reach there.
Yeah. Okay, so technically not how the power works, but with this new knowledge, trying to feed the shit through the system under the lens of instinctive astrogating through the wormhole.
I'll say increase the instinct investigation power difficulties more applicable by 2, because I know one of the difficulties is the astrogation itself.
Yeah. Okay. So, in theory, I rolled a 25. It says moderate modified by difficulty of journey.
Okay.
I rolled a 25. And with a modifier of 2, I need to beat an easy, which is 6 to 10, I believe.
Easy is 6 to 10, yeah.
Due to power die fuckery, I have rolled an 8, which is in the easy range. I don't know if it's high enough for...
Is this including the difficulty spike for wormhole navigation?
Well, it says make it easy, so if you said 6 to 10 is easy. I don't know what number you were aiming for in the easy range. So that's why I said, like, I rolled an 8. I'm in the easy range, but I don't know where, which end of the range it was. Know whether +2 was enough.
Sorry, when I say +2 difficulty, I meant +2 difficulty levels.
Oh, levels. Okay.
Yeah.
In which case, I have failed the part for... Well, that's a separate skill check. That's it, because it says make an astrogation check. I was using concentration, the astrogation... Okay, so yeah, that would... So yeah, I have failed the astrogation difficulty. Easy astrogation total to plot a safe path. If the Jedi fails the roll, the astrogation difficulty jumps to very difficult. It is missed by more than 5 points, which it would have been because you spiked it 2 levels.
Well, this is for the sensing part.
Okay, the sensing part, again, is moderate, modified by difficulty of journey.
Okay.
So moderate would have become difficult. Moderate would have jumped to very difficult. I am in the very difficult range with a 25.
Okay. Yeah, because you were asking about, can I sense, like, the
Yeah.
wormhole stuff?
Okay, so for the sense part, I in theory made it.
Okay.
And if it's not affecting the astrogation part, then I made the astrogation part as well.
Okay. Now I'm having to figure out how this power interact with certain assumptions. I take it your assumption is that you can use any one point to get to another point.
My based on what Kim has told me, the theory of what their drive is doing is connecting this anomaly to other anomalies of the same type. We have on their star chart. They have an anomaly near where they're trying to go. So he is attempting to go, okay, if I go into this unstable anomaly, I want to come out at that anomaly. Given that this one is unstable, that potentially means that it potentially is not. It's kind of like that wormhole from Voyager, where it's not necessarily connected to the same point every time. So so in theory, it's like, is it a timing? Since the automatic keeps fucking up, it's like, okay, it sounds like it might be a timing issue. So with that idea in mind, I'm doing the instinctive astrogation to try and sense when these 2 wormholes are in alignment.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
With the idea that if the ship flies into the anomaly and I pull the lever at the correct time, it'll get to where they're trying to go.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. And just so I'm aware, if you fail the sense thing, it's one of those things of you don't really know, you're just feeding in the data. Because it's modified by difficulty of journey as well.
Yeah, it's a moderate modified by difficulty of journey. If the Jedi succeeds at charting the course, she needs then to generate an easy astrogation total to plot a safe path. If the Jedi fails the roll, the astrogation difficulty jumps automatically to very difficult or heroic, depending on how bad the failure was.
Okay.
So I will know. I guess I technically will know the failure by how hard it is to put it into the system.
Okay, basically, it sounds like then if the system refuses.
Yeah, if the system is being a dick, then obviously I have fucked up.
Okay.
Yeah, I rolled a 26.
Yeah.
Which is in the range that you were quoting me.
Yeah. Feeding the information into the navigation system. It can trigger this opening point again. As I mentioned, their navigation system is working under the assumption that there are link points, but they don't know that for certain.
Right, which is why which is me trying to sense the connection.
I got you. I got what you're saying.
Because it's in theory what Instinct of Astrogation can already do, which is, he's theorizing that these points are, kind of like points where hyperspace is punched through.
Yeah.
Because in my mind, that's probably what a Star Wars wormhole would be, is points where hyperspace is, like, seeped in.
From what you can sense and from what you've put in, due to the instability of what's next to you,
I imagine timing would be critical due to the instability.
There would be a factor of timing. You also would have sensed that there is a chance that you may not go where intended, given the instability. So it is a matter of, again, making the correct astrogation roll.
Or the instinctive astrogation roll.
Yeah. And you said you rolled an 8 for the astrogation roll.
I rolled a 26 for the part where I'm actually charting the course,
right.
And then I rolled an 8 for the part where I'm trying to put it into the system.
Okay. Okay.
Which, under normal conditions, again, it's an easy astrogation roll to put it into the computer. I don't know if the difficulty spike applied to the data entry or just the force part.
Well, if I remember correctly, I can't necessarily tell you what the difficulty of the astrogation route is unless it's a known route.
Right. It's modified by difficulty, and then they give me a chart here for what that modifier is.
Yeah.
All I know is if the computer rejects what I'm trying to tell it to do, then I have probably screwed up. That's all I know.
Okay. Well, in that case, due to what you're doing, the computer has not rejected it.
Okay. Well, operating on the theory that it has not rejected what I told it to do, I will set the system to make sure to have the ship in position at the correct time, and since I know there is a sense of instability here, he'll set the automatic to do it at the time he calculated, but he will also try to maintain the instinctive connection, so if the time doesn't line up correctly, he can throw the lever himself.
Okay. Attempting to program in the auto nav will fail.
Okay.
Since you have
that's
right. It's the thing doesn't do written language. It does.
Right. I'm needing Clax to translate the.
Okay.
Can I make in this case, capital ship piloting to try and do it myself, either by code? I guess if I'm trying to do it on a time specific thing, I'd try to set it up maybe based on inertia.
Well, one thing at a time.
Mm-hmm.
Plex, for you, if you are reading over your shoulder. You will note a system called Valek is canceling the autonav command via interjecting an error. Or injecting an error.
Okay. Can we find out what Valek is?
Computer programming repair role, unless someone has a alternative means of wanting to figure out what it is.
Kim, could you just ask the computer who Valek is and why he's fucking with us?
Kim could make the attempt.
This is true.
He has been he has been around these systems more than the first time he tried.
And while he's doing that, I'll be trying to get navigated in manually.
Okay.
Which, again, since this is timing specific, he's probably trying to okay, if I come in at this speed, inertia will put us there at this time. Which, again, capital ship piloting. Because I don't think they have space station piloting.
Well, this ship is the size of the station. It is I'm classifying it as a capital ship for the purposes of piloting.
I'm going to assume it does not have a maneuverability score.
No, it does not. Its maneuverability score is 0. If Star Wars did negative, I would give it a negative.
I've seen negative, but only on conversions. 22 for that.
Okay. Let's see, I'm just going to bring through my head how long it's taking you guys to do this, because it sounds like you guys have been moving cautiously, which would add time.
Yeah, we know he's coming. He's a coming.
Yeah. And you guys shot so far ahead, I now need to keep that in mind a bit more. Okay.
Again, everybody try to keep your heads on swivel, just in case Numbnuts tries to come up while we're doing this.
So I will attempt to speak with machines.
Okay. Since again you're more familiar with that power, I know the one concerning complexity you made. What's the difficulty level for the other part of the power?
That's a fantastic question. I will check. That's the only character I have that actually has this power. And the only other person in the game who had it isn't. I'll say he never shows up. I meant that is Tristan's second character.
I was about to say, I think Dr. Dasan had it. Because he liked talking to Agent Ruins.
He has it and he's never here.
Well, it's because he's doing archaeology shit.
Let's see. Okay, so I made the relationship thing. The other one, if it's an AI, it's very easy. If it's a complex mainframe, it's easy. If it's a dedicated computer, it's moderate. And just more and more difficult as it becomes,
Okay.
I don't think this is a dedicated system, but...
Well, as I mentioned, the complexity level in terms of like whether it's an AI or not, I know you made. Which is what I was asking about the other part.
The other one is based on relationship and proximity.
Okay.
So I mean, I'm touching it, so proximity would be nothing.
So it's just relationship. But you worked on different aspects of the system a lot at this point, so...
Yeah.
So that'd be a 12 for the. No, that'd be a 12 for the relationship.
Okay. What is your Are you trying to connect to it, and do you have a particular? Well, I know you're trying to connect to it, but do you have a particular query, or are you just reaching out?
Reaching out to see if it's willing to talk first.
Okay.
We're having a bit of an issue at first. So.
Hello?
Oh my god,
oh shit. Shit, I mean, hey.
Hey.
How you doing?
Damaged, how are you doing?
Well, that's unfortunate. How do we fix you up? we've been running around you all day.
Yes, I've been trying to communicate with you.
I'm sorry, I've been busy. Next time I'll try to make sure I pay more attention.
The most concerning situation at the moment is that the intruder is trying to use our engine systems to get to a particularly a barred area of space.
Well, that sounds good. So what do you recommend? Do you know where he is now?
Did I just put in the wrong set of coordinates? Is that what it's telling me?
The tracking signal from the engineering key the intruder possessed has been removed from the tracking system. I can no longer give you their exact location. There are a number of interface spikes that have been attempting to force particular commands. I have done my best to invalidate them, but that has not always been successful.
Nobody's gonna blame you for something like that. Did a fine job.
I suppose.
What's the next part of this whole thing to fix you up?
The interface spikes appear to be interacting with a signal that I no longer have the equipment to accurately triangulate. I calculate that it must be coming from either a ship or sophisticated artificial unit. From what I was able to intercept before the requisite systems were damaged or either locked out, is that the intruder has been attempting to repair our damaged drive systems to, as I said, as said before, access one of these space points. It appears to be attempting to use the. That was weird. So, it would not use its race name. It would use. Is it not on my notes any longer? Is it good for my notes? Well, thank you, notes, for failing me. Fine, for lack of a term, I will use the species name and not the ship name. Excuse me. The intruder's is seemingly using the Vishan vessel to gain proximity to a particular target of some kind. Brian, with this power, is it purely a form of communication, or is there some kind of like vision level of thing going on with the power? My interpretation was that was purely a communication kind of thing.
Basically, no. It's just I have access to the computer, just like someone with clearance would.
Okay.
It's like, hey, I have access to this computer, and I also have projected telepathy, more or less.
Okay. Do you have any other questions?
I'll ask the guys. Any questions for the computer?
Okay, so am I accidentally trying to send it where he wants us to go? Do I need to change course?
I think it should be all right.
Well, just confirm before I do anything, unreconcilable. Because you just said that Doofus is trying to get the ship to go somewhere, so I want to make sure that I'm going to where the people want to go, not where the intruder wants to go.
Yeah.
So if you can confirm that with the ship's computer, that would be great.
Right. I'll check with the ship's computer. Does this coincide with where he's trying to go?
There's a high probability that it will with current understanding of the anomaly. Hence why I attempted to cancel the auto navigation.
Okay, so I will abort the jump because we don't want to go where. You want to find out where we are supposed to be going?
Okay. Where was the idea to go?
Ryan.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you got my name right.
We're trying to go to their supposed home planet, and this is a lost colony scenario.
Which is still the case.
Not know where does the ship not know where the lost galaxy is?
The crew was attempting to go to Valistas.
Okay, so I need to set back to setting course for Valistas. Wasn't that? That's what I tried to do the first time, and it told me fuck off.
Yeah, but I asked it nicely. Let's see if it does it this time. Let's see if the fact that I asked it helps it anyway.
Okay, get some clarification since you're talking to
Yeah. Current understanding of the stellar anomalies would indicate that the one next to us would not lead to the cruise intended destination. The coordinates that were entered a few moments ago have a chance. It kind of tries to. It sounds like it's trying to calculate at the moment. Has a chance of going to Valistas by taking advantage of the current instability. I have determined that is not a risk worth taking because the computer cannot completely validate it.
Okay, so my course is correct. The computer just not liking it because it doesn't jive with the computer's math because the computer doesn't have the force.
Okay.
That's an interpretation.
So I am not trying to take us to the wrong place, in which case I will resume my manual maneuvering. And you can explain to the computer how pathfinders work.
Okay. So
we are not helping the bad guy, which is what I was worried about.
It's like, alright, so baby, let me break this down to you. You see, our palette over there. See that little white guy over there?
I like that little white guy. I'm like 6 foot.
I say that about everyone because I'm like 3 foot nothing.
I'm apparently the only person who's considered big.
Well, considering you're both taller and heavier than both of us put together, being a Krogan, yeah.
I'm taller.
Considering that I weigh maybe
everything.
I'm fairly certain I weigh as much as a small child. So
I could probably pick you up with one hand.
Hi, spam
yeah,
bot.
I'm pretty sure I'm about 50 pounds. I know very well that my astromech weighs more than I do because I can fit inside of it. So, but yeah, I will. I'm like, so see that guy over there? Yeah. So we come from a faraway place, and where we come from, there's magic. That magic allows us to navigate the stars. See what we do in order to navigate the stars. We use spice. Spice helps us get incredibly high, and when we get high, we can sense the space waves.
This isn't Dune.
This is only him.
For we are from Arrakis.
How do we know that the physics here don't use Dune fists?
I'm just saying that's not how spice works or how instinctive investigation works. Admittedly, if you put the two together, you would have Dune, but that's not how either one of those works.
Can you make me a persuasion roll?
You know what? I'm fairly certain that if you took some spice, your instinctive investigation roll would get better.
No, spice does not affect my sense skill.
It would be hilarious if it did, though.
It can give me a sense skill if I did not already have one.
I don't even know why you don't do drugs before you jump.
Because they don't help. Hell, a lot of them make it harder.
I don't think there are any drugs that affect mechanical skills. Strength, dexterity, perception. I don't think mechanical.
The closest they have is that implant, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's not really a drug, though.
They can buff dex, buff strength, buff perception.
Yeah, they can make you like hyper aware of everything.
So we have Real Spice, which just makes you trip balls and has no mechanic benefit. We have Andrus Spice, which would give me plus 1d perception.
Which is really weird, because I was like... I'm like, Star Wars is the only system I know of where Spice doesn't give you, like, some sort of, like... doesn't basically make you be able to, like, see the future type shit. Like, here's just casual drugs.
I suppose I could take Black Spice, that just gives me plus 1d to life for an hour.
Oh, that would work.
Yeah, but then you...
No, that would not work. Because my force skills would go down by a d.
Oh, it straight up says that?
Yeah.
But you get everything else.
And then there's Glitter Stem that makes you force sensitive for a minute.
Now, a clarification thing for you, Tristan.
So yeah, there is no spice that helps you hyperspace.
As the Valak system said, you're essentially trying to take advantage of instability.
Yeah. Which is why the computer's throwing a fit. I don't blame it.
Yeah. Well, more I'm saying, what I'm saying is, with your role that you did, you have a chance of taking advantage of that as you intended. Mm-hmm. I just can't tell you which side of that difficulty you got on. Because you're using this in such an unusual way.
Well, again, I have to go by what the character would know, which is the computer didn't outright reject it, so in theory I got it right.
Yeah. I mean, I'm because there's been some clarification issues through this adventure. I'm just trying to be extra clear about things. Excuse me.
Be all the clear you want to be.
Yeah. Because I applaud you trying to use the power in this way.
I'm trying to pathfind, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. And I figured out I'm going to hit how you roll and how it's going to be handled too. Hopefully it'll be enjoyable. But I do need that persuasion roll to convince the system that magic exists.
Oh, okay.
Well, you can simply say I wouldn't be communicating with it otherwise.
Well, upside, you do have character points in theory, unless you've blown them all already. I don't think you have.
We get
man.
how many every session?
It's 5 every adventure.
I do, but this is terrible because Tristan gave me this fun disadvantage where I'm rude and blunt, and I take a -2d to counter persuasion.
I wish I could help you with this.
Well, okay.
This is your force power.
In your defense, though, being rude or blunt to a computer system
is probably actually an asset.
That's actually a good point.
If you let me offset that, then I'll be more than happy.
You can possibly turn it into a bonus.
Yeah, I'd say it's a bonus at this point.
Okay, I will lean a bit favorably. My original thought was I was just gonna zero it out, but instead I will give you a 1d bonus for being extra blunt to it, due to your disadvantage, which is now being a strength.
Magic exists, motherfucker.
Well, you see, Spice.
So, taking Spice now would be the worst idea. We just confirmed that.
I need to remember Black Spice, though, because if you're not force sensitive, it sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
So what was the downside? You go into a coma. Watch it be a coma.
It wasn't a coma, but it wasn't great.
Yeah, something terrible happens.
Normally, Spice in general says terrible things happen.
Let's see. It increases all abilities and skills by 1d for 1d hours. At the end of that, the user takes 1d damage for each hour under the influence. No bonus.
That's not that
and you
bad.
don't get the bonuses. Well, it means, remember, this is written for the normal system, so if you rolled a 6 on how long it lasted, that would be 6 dice of damage when a 16 or more kills you.
Yep, versus your average person 2d strength.
Yeah.
Because no one can justify to me I take it back. I just was able to justify myself. You can almost not justify it to me that your armor aids your blood system.
If it's cybernetic armor, maybe, but yeah. That said, since we're using hit points, you're still not going to probably be happy, but it's not as bad as it could be.
14 persuasion. Okay.
But yeah, you take 1 to 6 dice of damage.
See, perfectly reasonable.
This is doubtful, but I will take space magic under consideration.
Oh, no.
Thank you. How do you think I'm actually speaking to you with that magic?
Cybernetic interface.
What cybernetics do you see on me?
I
literally just leaning my elbow.
I only know where you are because you hold an engineering key.
So he can't see you.
Okay. Well, I don't have an interface right now. Just talking to you.
This is perplexing.
It is. Don't worry. Mostly, don't worry. He's good at doing what he does. He'll make sure that you feel great while this is going on.
Why did you have to say it that way?
Because he likes making shit awkward.
Gonna press all the buttons, all the right ones.
I was written this way.
So what I'm hearing is you just need to pull the throttle nice and slow.
Yes.
But okay. With all that in mind, are you wanting to engage the system based on your feels? Because it's like there's again, as you've already pointed out, it's refusing it because it's like it's technically valid, but it's taking advantage of a non-centered situation.
If nothing else, given that there was some jiggery in my timing, I think, assuming I'm allowed to, yes, I would like to consider it with the feels, but I would like to recheck my feels, just in case my timing got thrown off by all the stuff that's been going on here.
To me, that sounds like you're wanting to re-roll it.
That was what I was asking. Like, can I roll again based on the new understanding of the situation?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, Klaus, if I remember correctly, you requested Tim to seal the,
And this time I'm putting some character points on it.
Yes, I specifically requested that he makes the effort to seal the hatches before this guy gets here.
Oh, the hatch is, so more than one hatch.
You asking Tim to do this?
Yes, that was a while ago. I was asking to have Tim seal all of these lovely hatches.
Yeah, he asked that right about the time you went off.
Okay, yeah, sorry.
Which is why I asked Tim, since technically Tim is still around as an NPC.
Yes. Tim can weld the great
So
shut.
it's a 16 on the part to put it into the computer.
Okay.
And a 32, because I spent character points, on the part where I'm actually sensing it.
Okay. That doesn't look TMP. The graphics are...
That's the 2001 remaster of Motion Picture.
Okay. So the graphics are too too much for that. Okay.
That is the digital special edition remaster where they went in and tried to make the effects look like what Rod and Mary wanted.
Oh.
Because they had computers now.
It's not bad for if a Gene wanted it to look like that. It looks like a more chill slipstream. Okay.
Again, that's the thing where they're going through the wormhole in the anomaly to get to V'ger or whatever it is.
Yeah. I didn't even make that. Okay.
No, I was just grabbing because it was the only wormhole shot I could find. I was trying to find DS9 wormhole shots and it wasn't coming up, so I ended up with the motionless picture.
Okay. Okay. Are you actually engaging it now, or
when my instinct tells me to? Yeah.
okay? Okay.
I'm just saying I rolled better on them.
Yeah. Okay.
Hopefully that helps.
So you're kind of waiting. You're feeling it out.
Again, trying to time the ship's speed with my feeling.
Okay.
Since I'm operating in the presumption that we don't want to be sitting inside the anomaly waiting for the right time.
It'll take a little bit of time because again you're kind of waiting for like the right moment. So time passes. Time passes. and then just purely on feeling, you engage the drive. There's that. I'm not the guy from Police Academy, so I can actually do the sound effect. The that sound when like power is like coursing through through things. There's a sound of power shifting. The drives drives activate, and the with the information you put on everything, the three-dimensional navigational map shows a line forming and curving towards one of the other set of anomalies, but you'll notice that when it curves, there is also a ghost line that's pointing to what was likely the original, the original endpoint,
implying that it's still there, but it's fading, or something to that effect.
Effectively, with their current understanding, it's an A to B point proposition, but you're taking advantage of the fact that there's something wrong with this one to make a path that, according to their understanding, should not be possible.
Whereas what in reality I'm probably doing is like what I did with the barrier around Syria, where it's like I'm taking advantage of a path that's there for like 2 seconds and then gone.
There is this kind of hum through the ship. Can I get a stamina roll from everyone except for Tim, because Tim is awesome and does not have a nervous system. There is a sensation of a momentary loss of equilibrium. I won't go as far as to say nausea. But I would like a stamina roll to see how well your body handles the jump. Because again, you're going through this whacked out thing, using it in a different way.
Is it stamina?
Yep, stamina.
Oh, that is amazing. It is amazing because I suck at it. I might fall over now.
I was wondering when you were going to show back up. I was actually being badass there for a minute.
It won't me.
Here we go, Tristan. My amazing roll. See? My dice hate me.
Okay.
Right when I need the torpedo.
Klax, what was your stamina roll?
I will tell you momentarily.
At the time when when the time came when he needed his dice the most, they abandoned him.
Now, I do have that smart med suit thing. I don't know if that would help with us or not.
I am so glad I am overconfident and have 3 dice in strength.
If you want, I assume it has charges.
Mm.
If you want to use one of its charges, then it can roll an easy medical roll to alleviate the Actually, describing it as a sense of vertigo is probably a better way of describing it.
Oh.
Hold up. Would this count as exposure? Or radiation?
I will
Say it.
I will say close enough. You can use that bonus.
Finally can use it, guys. It only took 4 years.
I'll hold off on using a charge to see if I actually have a problem.
And what'd you roll then?
15 for the base.
Okay.
Here we go.
Okay. You're perfectly fine, Klax. You have the quads for this. Emir. You feel a little bit of a sensation, but not enough to impair you at all. Kim.
You feel a thing.
It
feels.
Sorry. Yeah, Kim. You get this strong sense of vertigo, which causes you to lose your balance. You'll be considered off balance for the next minute, which will essentially be minus 1d to rolls because your sense of equilibrium is a shot. Tim, however, I am happy to report that Tim is completely immune to the effect. Tim feels perfectly fine.
Don't poke on the computer.
Okay. There is a certain sense of a certain light sense of momentum that you guys have, and you're not actually being shoved anywhere, but it's more of like a light sense of inertia. And about 30 seconds later, there will sorry. There we go. Knew that was coming. There is a boom.
Oh god, I hit a cow.
Can you roll me sense?
I was gonna say.
And can everyone else roll me perception? You can also roll me perception, including sense. Not including sense, but as well as sense.
6.
Do I get overconfidence for this?
Yes.
Yeah, because I believe overconfidence applies to everything.
Yep.
So I get 5 dice for perception. Oh dear lord.
Yep. Welcome to Crow's World.
I didn't know it applied to like the base skill.
Again, it's the only reason Crow functions. Also, why I couldn't roll anything when he was having problems.
It's literally it's pretty much the everything's fine until it isn't. Power.
Yeah. Would motion tracker apply here?
Yes.
Okay.
Motion trackers apply for those who have them.
So I imagine it's the part where the intruder busts out, like, what are you doing?
Following my plans.
Okay, first one is perception, second one is sense.
Okay.
Not that it mattered. Apparently.
Okay. Amir, there is imminent danger.
Get down.
What the fuck?
Kim, for some reason you don't notice this. Clax.
Of course I don't notice.
The pum.
It's not fixing something. I don't notice.
The pum you hear is from a nearby hatch in the hollow field, being, for lack of a term, softly blown.
We have company. They're in the hollow map.
One, are they really? Two, why?
Because there's a maintenance hatch there. Because the hollow map is this giant interactable hologram that takes up most of the room. For some reason.
Kim's gonna pat you on the shoulder and be like, "Alright, soldier, time to go out there and start murdering."
Who were there? Over here.
Come on, you're the Krogan. Aren't you built to kill things?
I'm not gonna justify an answer to this.
Oh, that's right. We're making a fresh start over here. I forgot. Krogans don't kill people in this galaxy. I understand your people. Working toward that.
God damn it.
Okay. Allegedly emerging from the hatch, there will.
I like that word.
There will be a series of lines which Clax can make me a free languages roll for when he has a moment. I know I'm asking for a lot of rolls here.
I've already given you all the rolls I needed to do.
It's a terrible word. By the way, because unfortunately I have to be at work. I need to wake up at 5 a.m. to be at work. I will be bailing at midnight.
Okay.
Okay.
Feel free to Jaeger me. My character would use the flamethrower or anything that is scary looking. So.
Well, this feels like it might be the final fight anyway, because the dude's like, "No, you're fucking with my thing," and it's like, "Yeah, cool. We don't have to go to a ship. He came to us, which means we can go to his ship after we kill him. We're gonna do Danny Glover. We're gonna go to a ship after we kill him. We're gonna see a bunch of others on there. There's gonna be a weird dance party outtake for some reason. They're gonna give us a musket and leave."
I mean, I'm down for that. That actually sounds kind of bitching. I'm not gonna lie.
Fucking, Predator 2 dance party.
I actually kind of approve of that.
Doesn't that mean I technically have 5 dice for initiative as well?
Yep.
Because it's initiative's perception. Yep. And overconfidence just says, "Oh my god."
Yep. Again, you're now understanding how Crow's sheet worked.
Like, I understood the skills. I didn't think it applied to literally everything.
Yep.
Quote, all rolls.
Well, remember, in D6, technically everything is a skill.
That's a good point.
Yeah, let's see. Kim rolls a 4. Tim rolls a... Y. And we're back to it. This is the way we close out the season, huh, Tim?
So,
your languages roll.
language is a 30.
Okay. Okay.
By the way, is the missile launcher thing missiles? Like, what is it actually considered?
It is energy that is it's an energy that's in its own specific container, which is why it has actual ammo. Contained in a magnetic bottle that, when it impacts something, the magnetic bottle degrades and the energy is released.
I believe you said it was missile weapons earlier.
Oh, you asked for the skill.
I was asking skills.
Yeah, it's missile weapons.
Missile weapons. Sorry.
Cool. I just wanted to make sure. I have 4 dice in it. That's not too bad.
Okay.
I'm gonna start launching black holes at people. I know it's not a black, but it might as well be to me.
The language you can translate to.
I'm gonna have to die in some.
Okay.
What? What?
I had an ad just start playing out of nowhere. Like, the fuck is this? I was just scrolling through a newspaper, and then just one of those stupid ads in the corner just started playing. I was like, what the fuck?
You have put in the wrong course. I will not let you take the prize away from me. The next silk will be justly acquired by me. The term he used you can translate not as creature, but as some form of social status. As you don't have a cultural context, I can't really go into the details. I just want to make a cultures roll, but
I can do an alien cultures roll.
No.
You're asking the person who knows alien species, cultures, and languages not to do his thing.
Well, shit. Okay, feel free to make a cultures roll to give you more context.
Oh yeah, everybody's using their skills today.
I know, right?
You put sentience in front of the person who's meant to be first contact.
What? Still need to be at the console, or?
No, it's following your computed path.
Okay. With it being wormhole navigation, I wasn't sure because like hyperspace, you just point and go, and you don't have to worry about it. I wasn't sure if I had to. Okay.
No, at the moment, it's following the math.
Yeah.
Culture's 25. Okay. From how it's been acting this entire time, various things it's employed, from what of its language you've been able to determine, and the coins that, well, the 3 coins with the symbol on it that you had before.
Is that like 3 seashells?
Effectively through. Effectively, this being is the social status that it's wanting to acquire is status that can be acquired through through ingenuity, domination, acquired resources, or, and conquest is the right word to use here, or prized challenges, which could be interpreted as successfully hunting something at or above your level. But the term is again wrapped up in a couple of different things. And in this case, it appears that the route it's wanting to take to acquire its increased social standing is killing, or from your interpretation, in this case preferably capturing, whomever he assigned those coins of I'm impressed to on your team. Or whatever its intended destination was originally on the other side of this wormhole anomaly point, to defeat whatever that is, because it had mentioned earlier that about his next hunt being the greatest, I believe, in the power room or in the drive core room when you guys were talking ish to it. So effectively, what it believes you have done, because it knows it didn't trigger the system, is you are driving it away from something that will give it great social status within its own culture.
We're outsmarting it. He's getting mad. Got it.
If you're actually the player are curious, it's the concept of it's effectively the concept of sick from the Kith of the Shadar trilogy, the Alliance Union universe.
That just went over my head. I'm sorry.
He doesn't read books.
I read books. I don't read those books. Y'all see my bookshelf.
Yeah.
I have plenty of books.
I'm just giving you a hard time.
I realize not everyone has read CJ Sherry.
Question.
Yep.
If I get inside the hollow tank, for want of a better term, would that count for the SOCON bonus of using maximizing the environment?
Yes, because you'd be in there, you would get, I believe, it's a maximum bonus of 2D, 3D. Due to the nature of what it is, yes.
I thought so, but I wouldn't.
Because you also have the additional things of there will be additional disturbances as you move around because it's interpreting the movement as input.
Since you said terrible vision and the planets and stuff flying around, it's like it felt like that would work.
Yeah.
But...
1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to defend myself, so I only get 3 dice.
SOCON is fun here, but I'm really going to love it on my gunslinger.
Yeah, when you're embarked with shears.
Exactly. Like Jackie Chan.
Oh, are you talking about in the...
Like Jackie Chan in the mini storage unit. You're just dead. What was that, Eric?
Why do I feel bad for the starting salvo being a missile shot? I kind of feel bad
just
about
be careful where you fire that. We're still, in theory, using systems in here.
I'm just firing at the maintenance hatch where he came out. It's like for him, they could see which one was no longer a functional thing.
That's fine. I'm just saying, be careful. There are some things in here that don't react well to black holes. Yes, that's my Hunt for Red October joke for the year.
love this dice sometimes, but I think what I'm going to do is when I go up there at some point this week, I'm going to buy new dice with you guys. I'm just going to replace these. They're too good. They need to be retired. I mean, I doubt I'm going to hit him.
I don't know, he hasn't been that hard to hit, at least once we negate his invisibility.
I'm targeting Maintenance Hatch with,
Yeah, you're trying to catch him with the AoE.
Yeah, I'm hitting the implosion shot. It's an area of 5 with 60 damage in pull versus lifting. I don't know what the pull versus lifting means.
It sucks things into the central square.
Mm.
So he has to make a lifting check for to defend against getting sucked.
And it's versus the damage?
Yeah.
If I'm reading that right?
Yeah. The number you rolled on damage is both the damage and the difficulty against pull.
Oh my god, I love this thing. Can we keep it?
That's, in theory, why we took one of each, so we can study them and either make our own or, keep them around for later. Because, finding new technology is also part of this mission.
Yes, it is.
Like learning how to navigate wormholes. That probably will be useful.
It'll probably make our trips to anywhere a lot faster if we know where it's at. But there is all of that. And I am putting in a dodge.
Because they will do an Andromeda campaign 200 years later at some point, and it'll be completely unrecognizable from Star Wars from all the shit we found here.
Like we found Metroids that will work with us.
Like we retired hyper, it's all got all Mass Effect. It was like, yeah, we have hyperdrives, but we just use them to get between wormholes.
Like we have hyperdrives. We have it to be able to go to nearby systems, and then we have wormhole stations.
That's what I mean. It's like
to allow
you use the hyperdrive to get to the closest wormhole that goes to where you want to go.
And we just have wormhole stations set up in
yeah.
X distance away from each other.
Okay.
Like hyperdrive is like for short jaunts, and then wormholes are for long distance.
Exactly. So it says area 5, so
that would be a 5 square area.
Cool. I just want to make sure I'm not going to be in it. Like move up to the corner and proceed to fire this thing into that hatch.
Oh, you're actually firing it into that hatch in particular?
The hatch where I know courtesy of how things happened.
We are costing him the respect of his boss.
I put it in bold. It's based off of that.
Yeah.
Which I was saying, it's kind of hard to describe precisely what
it's hard to quantify.
Okay, you were out of the AoE.
Basically, yeah, I knew I was going to be. I just double checked it, but I'm basically just putting it on the hatch. They can't see exactly where he's at. I just know he just popped up right there, so I'm going to put it near him and let him deal with it.
Okay, let's see how this defense roll goes. And actually, considering how long that lasts, I will put that back on there.
Yes, it is a thing that lasts for 2 rounds.
Okay.
And I'm pretty sure at this point, klaxons are going off from explosions inside the ship.
Funnily enough, it didn't earlier when we were testing these things out.
Really?
Well,
that's kind of intriguing.
Well, keep in mind, many of the ship systems are damaged.
Yeah, they could just be broken.
Fair.
Okay.
Also, I've been firing mini missiles all over this place, and they haven't gone off either.
Also true.
Okay. Excuse me. Okay, and it's that for that. Lift. Okay. Okay. You are able to you launch it and it goes and begins the implosion process as things get sucked towards it. The hologram, of course, is not being sucked. Okay. You are seeing slight interactive disturbances in the holo system, since you are in the holo system itself. It's a bit. The disturbances are actually a bit slow. You can track the question mark as roughly where disturbance is. It looked like to you it just barely was able to resist the pull of the implosion. Though the implosion effect is still there, as you've noted, for 2 rounds, so it is still a potentially viable hazard.
Well, it looks like he might have been able to get away from the implosion part of it.
Viable
He
hazard.
didn't have a good time.
2.
By the way, thanks to him being in the holograph, we know where he's at, even if he's invisible, mostly.
Ish. The problem is seeing through the holograph is also a bitch.
Yeah. I'm
just firing AoE weapons at where he's at, so it doesn't bother me.
Well, just be careful. Remember, he likes AoE. I mean, he likes getting up close, CQC.
Well,
So enjoy the bazooka while you can.
yeah.
It's I did not factor this in, given that it's an AoE weapon, but there is a cover bonus this area provides. But again, I didn't factor that in because the AoE says, I don't care what your shit is.
I was like, this fucker comes at us with that spear again. You're probably not going to be firing that at.
I don't know. I might try to if you're not next to me. Because it's a lifting roll. I don't have a penalty of lifting, I don't think. Let me double check.
Well, it also does damage.
That's true.
I say it's 60 damage and then 6D lifting.
Yeah, it does both.
Yeah.
Because it does damage, and then it sticks you to the central spot.
Yeah. I'll be mostly fine. I just have a penalty to acrobatics, jumping, and running.
I'm just saying that damage is a lot. You've been, seriously banged up by less.
I don't know what you're talking about. I've been seriously damaged by a lot more. I got killed by him hitting me with like 10D or something like that. Almost killed.
No, either way, it looks like it should be Tim's turn now.
Yes, it's Tim's
Yes,
turn
it
now.
is Tim's turn.
Okay, let's see. What can Tim do?
Clax. While you cannot precisely translate it, you do know enough. You think you heard it swear.
The Krogan is laughing, cackling evilly, as he has what is equivalent of a missile launcher and what are
It's like,
in a rifle in the other.
we gave the Krogan a heavy weapon. Even the Predator is smart enough to go, fuck.
Are there any... Let's see. At this point, I don't really think there's that much left. Is there anything... I'm trying to remember. Is there anything left to not take? If I remember correctly, our Pathfinder needs some time.
In theory, I'm good now. Assuming nobody blows up the console, we should be fine. And I assume you can't stabilize the life support pods from here. No, we stabilized the life support pods. It was
You stabilized the cryogenics.
yeah.
But there was the life support system itself. But I mean, the station has air, so it's not recycling.
Right, that's what I mean. It's like he was asking about something to do. I was like, I don't think you can stabilize life support from here, so yeah, I'm not sure. There's no more mission objectives that require completion by Tim.
Okay,
So it's
then Tim is going to protect the console.
Tim will perform active repair roles just forever, even if it does nothing.
Just so Tim knows, there's a console here and a console there, but that is pretty much blocked by the suction field at the moment.
It'll be fine. I'm worried about the main one.
Okay.
The one that Amir is at.
Uh,
Speaking of that, I could probably break the one that's right there.
well, I'd like to have the backup on hand just in case. If we have two consoles and one breaks, it's not a problem. If we intentionally break one and then they break the other, it might be a problem.
Well, at that point, it's going to where it's going. We send it to no matter what. At that point,
So,
Assuming there's not some kind of emergency thing where you blow up the console and it decides to leave hyperspace.
Tim is going to be getting ready for potential incoming threats.
okay. What does Tim want to be on the map for that?
Let's see.
Okay. In that case, near.
Right, the armor-piercing rounds this fight.
That's your line of fire?
Since I can see, I saw where Urgot fired. I was thinking more along the lines of and then letting the suction try to curve the round.
Oh, you're doing a trick shot. Okay.
Well, if I fire, I know that if I fire directly through, it's going to be a problem.
Yes.
So yeah, he's trying to utilizing what his friend did. He's trying to help have that try to compensate for that. I don't know if that's a trick shot or just leading your target, kind of.
Okay. So is that. It still has this.
If you're counting it as a
initial
thing,
defense.
though, where was it? Let's see. I've got the Emphatos, but I don't think that was an issue. I have the computerized targeting monocle thing, which reduces difficulty level by 1. So if you're modifying my difficulty, I think that
okay.
the monocle I think might affect that.
Okay.
all I know is that Class is cackling evilly because he has heavy weapons.
So yeah, it's like computerized targeting scope reduced range difficulty level by 1. So I assume this will be modifying my difficulty, so maybe that'll affect that.
Okay. Okay, because you're not doing an AoE thing, let me factor
Nope, it's not an AoE.
in the general
I will
cover.
say one. I know what I'll say at this point. This is almost as good as fighting the Rachni.
The who?
That covers.
Alien insects that we were uplifted to go fight and murder.
Oh, the Killix.
And then proceed. Yeah, the Killix. Rachni Killix.
Tristan knows they're basically the same thing, but I think in Star Wars we didn't bring over the Rachni, we just decided to use the Killix because they were the same thing.
Fair. I didn't know the exact setting. I just know that you have Mass Effect and Star Wars in the same universe.
Okay.
As specifically the races, but yeah, I want to say we just decided to use the Killix because they were literally.
Yeah, it's like the various hives have like queens and shit, and it makes sense. They breed quick and they can assimilate people. So I think that actually makes them a bit worse than the Rachni. With that being said, you fire your shot, you curve around. Right before it impacts, you see a interactive shimmering as
his force field locks again.
No, I say interactive shimmering from the interaction area. So basically, it moved like just before the impact.
So almost happened, and then it didn't.
Yeah, almost.
So the monocle didn't compensate quite enough, which is fine.
Okay. Okay, ooh, options.
And I've got my light shield on.
I can't do that necessarily because of that. Okay. Action.
I just remember something that's horrifying and funny at the same time, and I don't know why it is to me.
Because we're terrible people.
Yeah, I'll accept that explanation. But Dallas Police Department was the first police department to use a bomb defusal robot to blow up a criminal.
Oh, yep. I saw a Donut's thing on that.
That is amazing.
I have mixed feelings on that.
I just remembered this was a thing as Donut mentioned Dallas Police Department and bomb robot. I was like, oh no, where is this going? And then I
It went
remember
exactly where you thought it would. It is literally now a bomb robot. I can see him already making demands, and it's like, alright, don't worry, we're sending this robot in with a pizza. He opens up the pizza and it explodes.
Okay.
I do have some mild mixed feelings about that. I agree with Tristan. That's funny.
Yeah, I was like, I admit it is funny, but I still have mixed feelings.
As an American, I'm concerned, but as an American, I also find it funny.
Okay. You guys will see a shifting in the hollow field. With your perception rolls from earlier, you'll see a tiny ovoid pod, which will then release an outer casing. Though the outer casing and the pod itself are drifting in a this way direction because they're being pulled by the.
Is this the one that fired the net, or is this the one that fires the flechettes?
I was about to describe that.
Yes, I remember this thing.
A number of flechettes get propelled from it, and whatever momentary propulsion the flechettes are given from being deployed, is enough to counter the suction force. However, and Amir will most certainly be more intimately aware of this from when he was hit by it. The convergence guidance is completely being fouled up by the suction field. But it is roughly aimed at Klax. So feel free to roll dodge against a thoroughly debuffed Flechette's thing. Yeah, it was funny. I was like, oh, it annihilates the accuracy bonus.
Yeah, that should work.
But yeah, they answered the question. I don't feel bad about it, in all due respect, because of what the guy did. Just to have a complete side tangent. But the guy fucking deserved it. He killed over 6 people.
Yeah.
Sorry, he killed 5 police officers and injured 11 more people. So, yeah, I don't blame the police for just strapping C4 to a bomb defusal robot than setting it off next to the wall the guy was hiding behind.
I'm just kind of more so annoyed that we have to now replace the bomb robot.
Yeah, those things are like 200 grand. I managed to play with one of those once. It's really fucking cool. But who is this guy going after?
You with a severely compromised guided flechette cannon.
Yeah, he's.
Because you had the fire through the guarding field, so it like annihilated a lot of its bonuses.
Well, I had a defense roll of 24 that saved me.
Okay.
Was that a dodge or?
Yeah, that was a dodge. Not counting cover or anything else.
Okay, you said it was 26?
I believe
24.
I have a wall in the
24.
corner.
Okay, we'll just... Okay. Okay, with
Saying he shot from through the field, and he would also have been shooting at me with a corner wall piece. I believe that's a corner wall right here.
Yeah, that is a
Kinda
corner
hard to
wall. That's
tell.
a corner of the cubicle.
Wait, in that case, then, due to the foul guidance in your defense roll, the flechettes hit the wall and not you. You do see a series of flashing, probably red. There's a bit of color shifting because of the hologram. Probably red lights from the ends of the flechettes that are embedded in the wall.
Oh look, he tried to use the flechettes again on me this time instead.
Yep.
Okay. There's.
Well, you did try to suck him off.
There's a series of interactive prompts along the hologram as the figure moves.
A few more rounds of this, and we're gonna get the thing asking about sticky keys.
I see you keep pressing the shift key.
Or we'll summon Clippy.
Clippy. Okay.
So all I can think of is I fire another one into the corner over here, try to restrain him. Or would you not? Would you like me not to do that so you can fight him?
Well, obviously I want to fight him, but you know. How many rounds do you have left in that thing?
9.
Okay. I got some ideas.
Okay.
It costs 2 to do an Area 8 explosion
From roughly
instead of an Area 5 implosion.
over here, you'll see what looks like a ring with a protrusion become visible.
Oh god, he has the glaive.
Sailing through the air.
He's doing that thing again. That almost killed me.
As it flies out, the protrusion and gets closer to you. Begins spinning, and splits off instead of into many fragments along the ring, 2 thicker fragments along the ring, spins, letting out a longer range than before. When Klax initially saw it, laser ring. With enough AoE to potentially hit the 2 of you. Keep in mind, since you're in the hollow field, you are getting 4D cover.
Now, I believe this would be a dodge.
Yes, it would be a dodge. Now you have your style bonus, which amps that further.
Yeah.
So, wait, I have a 4D bonus as well?
Yeah, because aren't you in the hollow field?
I'm in the hollow field next to a corner piece of wall, yeah.
Oh, the corner piece of wall, as you can see where the strike zone is, the wall isn't affecting it, but the hologram is. So, yeah, you'd be getting a 4D bonus.
So let me add an additional 4 dice to my dodge, and I'll tell you what the result is. Why did my dice do this? I am so confused by my dice right now. But whatever.
Those dice. Glad you had those bonuses. Okay.
I will only survive because you gave me 4 dice.
Okay. Thanks to the issues with the, from its standpoint, the issues with targeting you guys, the beams are circling around, cutting into the floor, but you guys are able to shift or duck to where the extended lasers don't hit you. It hits the ground and bounces back. Kim.
Yes. Right. Gonna run over. And like, there you are. Suck it.
You know what I thought you were gonna do? I thought you were gonna go into a spin dash, activating your flamethrower, doing a fire spin dash.
That would be really cool. These guys give me creepy vibes.
Two. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna kind of point the flamethrower in the direction where. Yeah. Hopefully, see if we can burn his ass.
Okay. You flame the area. You're uncertain if you hit him or not, because, fire and hologram dickery. But roll me damage.
Okay. I know I had more dice than that.
Okay. There is a spouting of alien language which Klax, you'll be able to translate as impressive attempt, but isn't your fire getting tiring?
You missed, Kim. You missed, and it's mocking you. Please try again.
Yeah, I'd like to remind you, everyone gets a cover bonus on the Hollow Field.
This is about as good as I honestly can do.
Okay, do we have new initiatives?
Yes.
Let me go. David, I'm gonna go ahead and put in a new initiative, and then I'm gonna go ahead and head off.
Okay.
And
Good luck with your tomorrow.
Yes. Have a good day at work and sleep well, man.
The goal is to go in early so I can be off by noon. So that is the hope. Well, not the hope. That has to happen. Even if I don't finish, I have to leave. I'll still come back later. But, okay, initiatives are.
Okay.
I know David has my sheet, so they should be good on his end.
Okay. Amir?
What?
Is your new sheet?
Yeah, I said that before I left.
Okay. I only partially caught what he said.
No, I'm saying my new initiative's already in. I'm going to the bathroom.
Okay. Okay, options.
Alright, folks, I will see you guys a little later.
Yep.
Okay.
Good night, Brian.
Let me say, if someone could post to me how this whole thing went.
I think we can swing that.
So what are you gonna do to try to take this over, David? It's his turn.
Yep. Okay.
He's doing math.
I'm doing the thinking. And then I need to Stop it. There we go. Okay. You will see something small. Well, I say small. Something softball sized, bouncing and rolling.
He's got a thermal detonator.
Through the hollow field, occasionally toggling information on planets.
You really need to work on their touchscreen tech. A little too sensitive.
Okay. Okay, I see you have a parry of 44. Is it 30?
I have the reaction dodge of 32 from when he threw the glaive at me.
Okay.
And since it hasn't been my turn yet.
I have my confirmed dodge of 44 with the cover of the hologram.
Okay.
This is a grenade. I don't know if cover applies.
Well, that was without cover. That was just from the hologram.
That's what I mean. Does the hologram apply to a grenade?
Well, in the same
it
way that I
doesn't,
didn't
then I have
factor
24.
cover in for his AoE, I'm not going to factor it in for this.
Okay,
AoE.
well then you need to knock.
Okay, then I have a 24.
Then you need to knock 14 off mine. So that would bring me down to 18.
Now I go back to 24. Because I have a listed one from when I actually prepared for things.
Shit, okay. That... Oh, that's embarrassing and kind of shitty. Okay. Okay. So yours is lowered to 24.
And mine went back down to 18.
And you went back down to 18. Okay. Wire snares fire out of the softball in multiple directions. In a sweeping fashion. It looks like it's wrapping around what it can. So, like when it hits a wall, it will attempt like a wrapping motion, but as it being a wall, it obviously doesn't wrap the wall, and reels back in. For the two of you, because of what the hit roll was. Okay, I'm just checking for any ones. Which there is.
Hoorah!
It failed. It super failed.
Okay. I know exactly what it's going to be then. Which brings its to hit down to a 23. Which I believe that means Klax dodges, but your 18
but I'm hit,
doesn't. Klax, it wraps around you for a moment, but then you just flex your Krogan body, and it breaks the snare. For you, Amir, it wraps around you. The softball sphere will jump a foot in the air before clattering back to the ground, as if something's gone wrong with it. But you are wrapped in the snare.
I presume that the light shield did not block the snare.
Does it affect physical things?
It does affect physical things, but it had the velocity limit.
Which I think is the kind of thing like a punch or a knife will go through.
Right, which is, I'm assuming it's faster. It's slow enough for that.
Yeah, it's not a grok,
yeah,
so...
Okay. So I am entangled.
Yeah. What it appeared to be is that the central part looked like it was going to shoot up and possibly hover to be kind of like a mobile or a deployable like leg snare kind of thing, but that part clearly malfunctioned.
Okay.
So right now you're just wrapped.
And I assume it's going to take my action or whatever to try and get out of that.
It will take a action and a lifting roll to try to break through, unless you have some way of like cutting it. Your electric field won't melt the wire or anything because there's a wire.
Can I reach it with the Omni Tool cutting blaster or the Omni Blade? With I don't know whether I'm tied in a way where that wouldn't be viable.
I'll say it wrapped around your waist, so you should be able to
flex in a way to do that. Okay.
Yeah. The the two of you, strangely enough, will hear a thud and tumble sound over here. Oh, yeah, over here.
Okay.
Klax, your turn.
Well, can you make another one and put it in the far corner So I want to make sure I hit him with the next missile shot without, endangering anyone if they want to stand next to him. So just think of a position where you can still sit next to him without being affected by it.
Okay, so you wanted to shoot it like right about here?
There or the equivalent in the other corner.
Like here?
Is that a wall?
Right there's a wall, yeah.
Okay. I didn't know if that was a wall or not. So
Yeah, that's a wall. With
okay.
a door right there.
Then I would say probably where you had it originally.
Okay, so I think I had it like about here.
Go back one. There you go. That way it affects him, but doesn't neglect the fact that he can that we can go punch him in the face.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a interactive shifting in this direction.
That's fine.
Okay.
I know roughly where he's at, and he's still in the AoE. That's all that matters.
Okay. Okay, roll your suction.
I am rolling it. Don't you worry. So I have 4 dice. I'm going to attack and dodge, so I'm getting 3 dice. I am so glad I'm just targeting physical points, so it makes this so easy. Here.
Who wants the Jaeger kit?
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to admit, my laziness says no.
I've got a sheet I could do it. I was figuring you just mark mode.
Okay, well, okay. You go to mark mode on this one.
2, 3, 4, 5, and then grab another dice because it's nice damage. Dodge, which is 5 dice of damage, 6 dice normally, 5 dice because of the thing. There you go.
Okay.
I want to see him fly.
Okay. You do not see any interaction effects.
Dang.
Okay, is that it for you?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Skipping Kim, Amir.
Okay. Let's see if I can get up first. Not even until I attempt to cut my way out.
Yeah. It's damaged enough that movement would be an action, but it is damaged enough for you to be able to wrench yourself free.
Okay.
Okay.
What's the orange line supposed to be?
The orange line is a welded hatch.
Okay.
Okay.
I guess hold the gun foo in case he comes in reach.
Okay.
Since it's a freebie.
And did you have any kind of there's no roll for searching or anything?
No.
Okay.
I'm firing towards his last. No, I'd use my shot action. So yeah, I'm just holding a gun foo in case he comes in reach.
Okay.
And like if he tries to attack me in melee. As I'm getting up, looking over to Clax, it's like, keep eyes open. Be ready for my signal. Make sure to keep some of those suction shots handy.
Okay.
I've got an idea.
Sure.
I've got an idea.
Okay. Can you make him a perception roll, please?
Perception. Do I get motion tracker?
Yes. And what are your optics set to?
The monocle's still trying to track the cold spot.
Okay. Add a 7 for that.
28. After the 7. See, that first suction spot should be dissipating at the end of the round, right?
Yeah.
Okay. 2 rounds.
Okay, looking around. I'll now move this. You will see a cold spot over here.
He's at my 5:30. Son of a bitch is going. I don't know if he's sneaking around or going for the console.
I will see it out of that.
So I'm hearing I need to put one between the console and it.
In theory, yeah.
Okay. Tim was on defense.
Okay, dice. I'll take this.
Okay.
Part of me wants to spend character points to make sure he doesn't get near it. I'm not gonna lie.
Hey, you have 5 of them. You can use them however you'd like.
Well, my power die decided to streak. Then it stopped. Do I think I can hit him with a 10, 21, 24? Nah, I don't think I can hit him with 24. I'm going to use the character point to see where it goes. That's a 6. And a 4. That makes it 34. Well, I'll use one more. That's a 6. And another 4. Six plus 4 plus. I'm going to hit him with this one. I'm hitting him with the Predator Be Gone button.
Predator be gone!
Pew-pew-pew-pew. There you go. And if I wish I can control one, but basically I'm putting it in a position where no one else gets hit by it. But it's basically there to prevent him from going near things. And I don't know where would be a good place to put it. Because I can't control your little AoE things.
Yeah, that's true that. Okay. Okay, you can arrow point where you want it to be.
Can you try like putting it right here?
There you go.
Yeah, that'll mostly work.
You can do it down one more and have it hit the wall.
Yeah,
and that way you're not in the AoE.
Yeah, I just have it hit the wall. Honestly.
So yeah, down one more square, so Flax isn't in the AoE.
Well, there's no one more square.
There's technically a half square there. Yeah, see?
Fair. But yeah, that's basically what I'll be doing. In such a way that the console itself isn't damaged. And it's not hitting any of us, so...
As you can see, the edge of it is touching the console.
When it spoke to us, was that a different language? Was it using our language?
Yes, it was a different language.
Yeah, it's... There's your language...
The ship's language, and then this thing's language.
Yeah.
And we don't have this thing's language in the system, because this is the first time we heard it talk.
No, I've translated it.
It's like the second... It's
okay.
like the second time.
So we do have a translation matrix for it.
Well, ish. It's Clack's guesstimating based on his knowledge of languages.
Well, I would move it slightly over.
So is it in the translator? I guess is what the...
Well, my goal was to put everything into the thing.
Well, I wasn't sure if you had enough data to put it in. That's why...
You've only encountered this language, like, twice instead of... Versus the Vishan language, which you've encountered written and verbal multiple times.
Fair.
Okay, so in theory it's not in the tape deck.
No. I mean, if you want, you could...
But I can at least insult its honor.
You can certainly try communicating with it. Okay. I will do that.
Hey, it worked.
Damages that.
I will kindly tell it in its own language to fuck off this ship. Don't think about taking ours.
Okay. Basically, it looks like it was dragged up from the ground. Actually, I need the question mark there just to track his initiative. It looks like it was kind of dragged along the ground a little bit. Being at the center of this pull effect appears to be disrupting its cloak.
Okay.
By the way, the first one's gone now. That's the one on the maintenance hatch.
Yeah.
The next round will be the next one.
Okay, is that it for you?
Yes.
Okay.
He can sit there, stuck in the implosion effect.
There's a constant distortion around it as The gravity effect is, of course, first affecting the barrier instead of himself.
And like I said, I did say get the fuck off this ship and don't think about taking ours in his own language.
And you'll need a languages roll for that since you only have limited experience with its language.
Does a 22 work?
Yes.
Ha! Did it. Yes, I am being that person. The Krogan is flaunting his heavy weapons. It's the one thing the Krogan can do, and do it in spades.
It will return. The approximate translation is you've shown challenge. Running from challenge will be foolish, and I am no fool.
He's a battle maniac.
Yep.
Sorry, he's a battle junkie. I will just casually call him a battle junkie.
There is greater challenge than you. I endeavor to reach. But if the three of you are my only options, then you have certainly shown sufficient worthiness. Okay, let's look at feet. 34 was the section.
I'm not entirely sure what the implosion gravity effect actually entails. Like, if they're unable to do anything if they fail that roll.
They're kind of stuck to the center, and on their turn they can roll lifting and try to resist it and move through the field.
It fucks with their movement.
If they fail it, then they're like stuck in that central area.
Yeah, first hit does damage, and after that you're fucking with their movement.
Which is good, again, as Trish says, if you're wanting something to stay still. It certainly will give you a couple rounds of position if you need to. Not D7, D6. Oh, I could do that, though, too. Okay. So that, okay. Oh, it is trying to move against the field as it begins to move. As it starts shifting out of the central point, it stumbles back as it is unable to actually break to overpower the field. Right. It will reach behind itself. You'll hear the sound of metal against metal as if it's like pulling something out of a slot that's behind it. It looks like a about the size of a large Eskrima stick. Mm-hmm. Okay, Klax, can you roll me 4d6 for the hologram cover? As something with a energy tether. Like there's a projectile that shoots out, but it has that kind of pod racer energy tether thing on it, going back to the extremistic. It's being propelled towards you, Klax. The 46 is no power die because it's just a cover bonus. Okay. Looking at that. Okay, no ones. Okay. The projectile sails through the hologram, bringing up some information about a star as you feel something impact you. Klax and Amir. More so Amir due to your angle. You will see from the other side of the extremistic looking thing. It'll shift it, and another tether from the other end will shoot out, sticking into the ground, and then it will start reeling. Can I get a lifting roll from you, Klax?
He's gotta do it to me. Lifting. You know what? My bad knee doesn't prevent me from lifting, even though you think you use your legs and your knees in proper lifting. But
You don't
whatever.
lift with your legs, you lift with your quads.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Krogan joke.
But no, I think the bad knee disadvantage is more of a mobility thing than a lifting thing.
Yeah, it's acrobatics, jumping, and running.
Yeah. And plus, there are certain things where your knee will hurt
22.
if you do one thing versus another due to positioning and such. So
Yeah, David's an expert
It
on
depends
that.
on the type
Yeah.
of injury as well. But yeah, 22.
22. All right. Okay, you're able to brace yourself as it attempts to reel you, and you shift your stance to brace, and you only move like a foot, so you're still within your own area before you're able to kind of shift and stop yourself. There is still a feeling of it tugging on you. You'll hear it's more softly, like to itself. You're still able to hear it. Need to adjust for weight.
The Krogan is going to chuckle. No one accounts for Krogan's strength and weight.
Well, the funny thing is, he never got a scan of you, so.
But he got a scan of Kim.
Mm-hmm.
Kim and Amir. Not you. So it doesn't know much about you beyond what is observed. It's like, oh shit, you're dense as fuck. Okay, Amir.
Okay. As we lean into this.
No, you're going to go into it too?
I'm
Oh, man.
running into it, So that the Suck faction can give me extra pull speed, possibly bringing me in faster than he can compensate. So maybe it gives a bonus to my Kung Fu kick.
Alright.
That would be cool.
And as I'm coming in like that, I'm putting AP rounds into him.
I'll give you either a +1d to hit or +1d to damage for your kick.
I am not concerned about damage, so I'll take 1d to hit.
Okay. Okay, we're doing the gyro.
Armor piercing, yeah.
Okay, remind me how the AP works.
It gave me an
with
extra
this.
dive damage against armor, if he has armor.
Okay.
Which he clearly does.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just realized it'd be kind of funny. For a Krogan, I am also good looking and charismatic. I don't. That just makes me chuckle. Because all Krogans care about is strength and what glorious deeds you've done.
Well, that tells me that you're not so much physically attractive, so much as good at sharing your deeds or making up your deeds. That's probably more of a personality thing than a physical thing.
I guess you, Lord Krogan.
Because, just because you accomplished it doesn't mean you're good at selling it.
Fair. But still, it's just kind of funny. It's like, Krogan.
So I imagine you're an
I
amazing
have
war
good
storyteller.
looks. I mean, I'm basically a smuggler. I'm Han Solo,
Right.
but Krogan.
Yeah, that was the idea, yeah.
I'm Han Solo, but Krogan. This seems like a great and horrifying thing at the same time.
I went against type
The
because
more
I
I
thought it
think
would be
about
funny.
Okay, this time it does something new. As apparently
Actually gets hit? No.
it has an issue shifting around due to the gravity field. It brings up an arm, and from the arm, a shield spirals out of it like a physical shield.
Oh, look, we're fighting Vaughn from Escaflowne.
Spirals out of it. However, your Grok, it sparks against the top of the physical shield as he just missed
He got the timing wrong.
the parry.
The Grok got pulled in faster, too.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, it's barrier ripples as your AP slams into it. It's able to penetrate the field and hit the armor beneath the field. Your gun fuse your kick.
Yeah.
Your kick comes in while he wasn't able to parry your Grok. Your kick does, however, impact the shield, the physical shield. Let's see. Why did I bring that up? Where is it? Oh, that's the FPS. I don't need the FPS. Okay. So it's doing that from your gun for 25. Okay. You feel you've caused it some strain, so maybe a few hit points worth of damage.
So my implosion shots have been doing nothing to him.
Well, we haven't been able to see him. I think I only noticed because I'm up close.
Well, with it, he's decloaked while being in the center of the gravity field.
Well, that says it's doing something right there.
More specifically, the decloaking is there's like scant areas over its body which are like attempting the cloak, but it's not. It's not cloaking. So you have like these like tiny stretch mark bits dancing around the body as the cloak field is basically being massively disrupted.
So I've done a more tactical thing than actually ever damaging it with these shots.
Yeah.
Well,
sounds like it.
With you rolling it, I mean, it has 2 layers of defenses you have to get past.
Yeah.
So,
if I can take out his shield generator, your life will probably be easier.
Nope, I'm going to leave that up to you.
Yep.
I did the job of making it where he doesn't move.
Yep. And then I can take out his shield generator, and then we can kill him off. Hopefully.
okay.
Maybe he surrenders, and we can gain his recognition. He can tell us where his people are.
New and ish.
Hey man, you never know.
Well, if this thing actually is based on Predator, I don't think that's how that works. They don't surrender. They nuclearly detonate.
Fair. And then we just find another one that decides to come up to us after they notice that their one is dead and go like,
yeah, the one that was
Good job.
supervising walks up and goes, "Yeah, awesome."
It's like, depending on how much I'm leaning into Predator, yeah.
You know you want to. It's too late at this point. You know you want
Well, I
to.
mean, we've made jokes, but this guy has indicated that he's not necessarily entirely playing by the Predator playbook.
Close enough. Close enough for government work.
Yeah, it's close enough we can make fun of it, but there might be some nuance here that we'll find out when we board his ship.
Okay.
I guess I can't use the launcher now that you're next to him.
It will say something to you, Amir, that Klax can translate.
Which I will gladly translate.
What? He said!
He wants to flamethrower? The rough translation is, I'd prefer your capture, but I can settle for the alternative.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, he's trying to catch us, that's not...
There is a implication that it's because you're the bearer of something. Context clues would indicate likely one of the coins.
I'm the bearer of bad news.
Because we had the coins, he would rather take us.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're worth more culturally.
Yeah. Say these guys collect either slave or bondsman. Let's see, I'm outside of the field, so I don't get that awesome 3D bonus anymore. Because the guy decided to be an asshole and leave the field.
Okay. Doing this.
Doing it live.
Oh, there's the melee. Well, that's a really high parry on your part. Damn.
And I have weapon lock.
Okay.
Yeah, don't expect to be that high again, because again, I lost the field bonus. So I go down to 1D.
Okay. Are you pairing like with the light shield?
No, the light shield's a force field around him. So this be at the moment he's doing unarmed.
Okay.
But again, I have weapon block, so.
Okay. There is a cold mist that that comes out of his right forearm forearm area that you can see within the mist given your proximity. It looks like some sort of like solidified cryoblade.
Fancy.
That's of like a sword length. Okay, 29 does not hit you.
Yep, awesome.
As he comes up, then you're able to parry it.
Hang on.
Opportune shot.
Damn straight. Damn, I don't know. That's 1 and 6 in the power die.
Okay.
So minus 6 points from that brings it down to a 19, which I'm pretty sure misses.
This is an okay. What is it? Still an AP shot?
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to change the ammos. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, 19 to hit with a 1 and 6.
19 to hit. It is able to block with the offhand physical shield. However, it so give me how it is. I think it would be
The shield gets fucked up.
I think we design like that. Okay. 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 That. Oof, okay. And that'll be lower roll. Okay. Emir, it will reach to its side. And that will just be used to cancel that out. And grab the ring with the blade protrusion on it.
Mm-hmm.
And toss it away from you. Like he's not targeting you with a... It's going in Klax's general direction, but not at Klax.
Wait, what is he doing?
He threw the ring at you.
He threw the ring at me again.
Not directly at you, it's in your general direction.
I don't appreciate this.
There we go, because it is set to that. I was looking for each particular image. Oh wow, that is exceptional. Okay. It will fly around past you. You'll hear the sound of laser damage.
He's trying to destroy the consoles now.
There is a dusting of part of the hologram. The hologram will then show in the air, and you can read it. Projector error correcting.
Yep.
As it shifts over to where undamaged projectors are.
Well, hold up. He threw it in my direction. There are no projectors in my direction. Because you're saying that these are the projectors by moving it over there.
Yeah, it went in your it went in when you it went in your your general direction. Are you trying to track its location once it entered the
Well,
field?
what you're saying is you threw it in my general direction,
Yeah.
which means you'd have to throw it all the way over here to damage him. But you're saying it moved over there because the ones over here were damaged. He would have thrown it towards a mirror in that case.
No, I get I get that. If you want its full trajectory, feel free to roll your perception.
No, I was just confused why you were saying it the way you were.
I have an answer for that. You can roll perception if you'd like for me to give you that answer.
Apparently, these projectors don't project the way we think they do.
Fine. 17.
17? Okay. It was so in your general direction, where it hit a surface and bounced over in the correct direction.
That is so fucking weird, but okay.
What, they did it by ricochet?
Yeah, like there was almost no point for that. I mean, good on him for style points, but it's just like no one was trying to prevent him from interacting with holograms.
Well, holograms aren't the problem.
Yeah, that's why I was just confused why he was going for this effort to feint what he was doing.
He wants to take out the hologram so we don't have cover. That part's obvious.
But why to feint? It's not like we could have done anything to stop him from doing that to begin with. It makes sense though. It does. I just.
It could have caused you to proc a Neelis dodge, for instance. But it's your turn now.
Yeah. I just want to aim the blaster rifle that's in my other arm after I brace it to properly use it.
Alright.
And shoot him.
Cool. Give it a shot. I believe your gravity suction goes down at the end of this round.
That would be the one over here.
As I said, we're starting the second round of the one that we're currently in.
Okay.
This one's gone now.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I thought, because it was like, yeah, this should be round 2 of the suction.
Yeah, this is now round 2. It does it for 2 rounds.
Yeah.
So yeah, I shoot with a 32 with 39 damage and dodge 35.
Okay.
And I don't see a reason to go into my own gravity field. Because, I mean, sure, I could punch him, but he has a barrier currently.
Not that. Okay, damage of 39. Just that.
I just realized, isn't this thing technically like a heavy blaster rifle? 6 dice to damage?
It's in that range of damage. That's somewhere between heavy blaster rifle and light repeater, depending on the model.
Dang.
Yep. Okay. You hit it. The barrier gets hit and goes down as you impact the armor, and it stumbles back. It stumbles back as much as the gravity suction will allow it to.
Wonders what a gun could do against technology sometimes. But yeah, that's my turn.
Okay. You hit it, Amir. Since you are close enough to it, it definitely looks like it took a more than just a scraping amount of damage from that blast. Okay. Okay, Amir.
All right.
Now that I think about it, you are so right. I'm not making a character about overconfidence ever again.
Oh, knock 4 off that. I forgot to off my gun too. I forgot to remove the 1d accelerator bonus. So it's actually a 35.
35. Okay. You're able to do a little bit of kind of brawling positioning to get past the guy's physical shield as you unleash your grok and you're able to impact. With that same opening, you're able to come in with your gun fu, which will get +1 damage for a total of 20. Which 1. There we go. What did I X out of his sheet? I just don't want to see. I just don't want to look at his HP chart. That's why. Okay. Yeah, much more vulnerable without the personal shield. Which, by the way, after Klax is hit, and you'll be able to see this from your positioning on the left side, around the hip for the size of this creature. There will be a piece of the armor that cants outwards, and you'll see a blue glowing energy cell.
I remember those. Those blow up good.
Okay, new initiative, and I believe and hope that the gravity field will. Holy fuck!
Yeah, gravity field should drop now.
It should drop on my turn. Yeah.
Okay, so all initiatives are in.
In theory.
Okay.
Yep, I already updated mine. He can sit there stuck down if he wants to keep going.
All these sixes. 6, 5, 6, 6, yada 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 6. Okay. Okay. That. Bleh. Wait, technically that's an action. Okay. Klax and Amir, you'll see on its right side it reaches into like a hardened like an armored pouch. Actually, it would make sense for it to be on your left, considering that's where it is. Either way, the two of you will notice it withdraw a brighter, glowing blue rectangular cell from an armored pouch. And Amir, you'll be seeing this better from your position. The one that that's in the canted area gets ejected, and he slots in a new one.
Keeping an eye on the other one, make sure it's not doing that overload routine again.
No. This one hits the ground and is fine. Again, the other one got hit by an attack, so...
Well, again, just that's the last time we saw it, being a little paranoid.
With that slotted in, Clax, you will see a momentary visual
Abnormality.
Thank you. Around him, Amir, since you're right in front of his face, you'll see the distortion of the barrier project just outside of his armor again, kind of water sheathing in the place.
Gotta get better batteries, man.
He needs more than better batteries at this point.
Well, I'm just saying, he keeps having to change the battery on his shields. So it's like I'm looking at my light shields, like mine's based in turns. What's yours? Is what? Keeps burning through them batteries.
Well, fortunately, his has things like, and I think I can safely say this now, like resist ion energy. So. But you're in some ways your light shield is better.
Yeah. I can project mine over the party if I weaken it. Yeah.
Okay, so much stuff. Okay. Which becomes that, which gets shifted to that. That plus that. Okay. Anything I'm missing? No, should be good. Oh, freaking! That defense roll is freaking shitty. I guess that's because that's the hit in trade for the other thing. Holy fuck. Okay.
Sorry, am I hearing that he's about to have a very bad time?
Okay. Is this listed period of 34 accurate?
Yes.
Okay. In which case, between the two of you, both of y'all's hits and the gravity field, it's clear that his like quicker movements are being slowed. The cryogenic blade seems to purely be using strength to try to negate the gravity field messing with him as he comes down in a brutally quick hit to you, Amir.
Okay. He did hit me. And this is melee.
No, Amir.
It's cool.
Okay. You'll take 8 points of damage.
Which brings me down to wounded.
Okay. As it like cuts into your upper arm with a kind of frostbitey burning sensation. Your electric field shock hits the barrier. Okay. Can I get a perception roll from you due to your proximity and the fact that you've been exchanging blows with this guy for a bit?
Is it perception?
Yep, perception. I want to see if you notice. Actually, tactics may also be an applicable roll. I might be stretching tactics a bit, but
13.
Okay. Okay. You notice that with your close proximity, and you've been hitting it with with kinetic energy at this point, you will notice that the barrier appears to be I'm going to reference my notes on the barrier. There we go. You'll notice that while unlike your light shield, his barrier can take kinetic attacks at any velocity. It appears to drain the barrier faster.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Plex. I'm just shifting.
Shoot him!
I'm just shifting him to get to that. There we go. Okay.
I am shooting him with the quick pulse.
46 quick pulse. Okay, awesome. And with that, tries to shield himself with the physical shield, only to find that again the gravity has really messed with his reflexes this time around. Add 1d plus 2 to your damage.
Add 6 to that
6, bring it to
for
40.
flat 40.
Okay.
I just enjoy the fact that Krogan just holding a blaster rifle in one hand and a missile launcher in the other. Just like cackling evilly while he has the heavy weapons.
Okay. Amir, you'll notice this more since you're in front of his face. Seems to be really distracted by that hit, as a lot of the energy must have pierced the armor. It's one of those things of like, pain even when you move kind of thing. It has now reached the stun level.
Oh fuck!
He only now got the stun?
Which says we've been doing a lot of like 1s and 2s.
The barrier really helps when it's active.
Yeah. It's okay. It's okay. I'm gonna start taking him seriously now. I've gotten to that round 5 where I'm not dicking around just to have fun.
Okay, Emir.
Just let me know if you want me to start throwing out explosive shells, explosive black holes instead.
Oh no! I've got, like I said, I got an idea, and now that I'm actually at what I feel is a reasonable round count, and I can actually stop being cinematic and actually go for my idea.
Add 1d to your rock damage.
Because +3.
Okay.
Because it's like I was having fun with the first 3 rounds. Now I'm actually going, okay, we're good now. I've had my fun. I mean, I'm still having fun, but now I'm actually, go for something dirty versus just having fun.
Okay. Another level of stun because it's in that HP range. It is. Let me check. Is that was a that which is oh shoot. Okay. Unfortunately, this time around, your Gunfu, despite its immense damage, you're able to pierce the field, but the hardness of the armor really took a bunch of that hit. The Guardian field is now down. Okay. Is your parry still accurate now that you're no longer under cover?
The 48 is accurate.
Okay.
I rolled really good that time.
Okay. New initiative, and now the Guardian field is down. It will... Yeah. I can't tell you what it'll do, but it now has more options. Okay, then. I see how it is. It's fine when you're doing this... Damn you! Okay, Klax, is your initiative accurate?
Yes, because I just rolled the same thing.
Okay, Klax, it is your turn. I
wasn't expecting it to be my turn. No.
The entity, the not predator here, is keeping an eye on the two of you. Both Klax and Amir, you have seen this behavior before. It's when a fighter, a combatant, is feeling a bit more under threat and is putting more effort into being aware of their targets and surroundings.
Mm-hmm. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 from the competence, 1 from the top.
I'll blow another reactor just for this, because that was a shitty roll. Yeah, I need better fighting music.
Penalties.
Oh, thank you. That reminds me. I need to also deduct stun issues.
Yes, he has 2 levels of stun now.
Because I'm doing a thing you don't usually do. I know I rolled a defense on my turn, but it's so crappy that I'm willing to risk a reaction defense with the extra penalty just to try to roll something higher. It doesn't happen very often, but it has happened.
I'm going to shoot it with quick pulse again, because it only costs 2 ammo instead of 1 to do it. It gives me 2 nice extra hits. So yeah, I'm gonna do that. Shoot him and prepare to dodge.
No! Why? It was such a good number.
You did this to yourself.
It's oddly enough, even with that failure, it's better than what the original roll was. I will take it.
Do I still hit though?
Yeah. It just affects your to hit bonus. 1 second. Okay, flat +2, so damage is up to 835.
No, it's fine. That's my last one. Apparently, dice are saying one more round of fucking around.
Okay, damage is now. Okay, there are tiny perforations in the armor from the energy weapon hit. As you have now caused it to go to wounded.
Huzzah!
Yeah. Alien speech for which you translate, Clax. Perhaps you'll be just as valuable as my intended target, Amir. You being a more general you, meaning the two of you.
Okay, better than I thought it was gonna
be. Okay, 18. With the Grok, he's able to, when you fire it, he uses the shield in his arm to hit the underside of it, causing the Grok to misshoot. He is then able to quickly bring his elbow down to parry that 17 for the Gun Fu. Where there's just crap rolls, so I know you said you had like a plan.
Yeah, that's why I was like, yeah, those were just shit rolls, so
okay.
Yeah. I'm hoping this upcoming round will be better.
Again, translating for you, Clax. No insult intended for your silk, but I must at least attempt for the greater value.
I'll relay this to Amir, but it sounds like he changed his idea of taking the people here to instead of taking us. Oh, he's going for that. It's a shame. It's too late.
All right. Clax, we're coming up on it. Have an action ready.
Okay.
Okay.
Fulfilling what Brian told me Tim
was supposed to be defending the console, I believe.
Yep. So he's just been holding a attempt something action. Not that he has a lot of skill to actually do anything. There we go. Yeah, okay, he pairs it. An attempt to use a laser welder knocks the laser welder aside.
Screaming R2 noises. Got it.
You'll see a few button presses on the console. A sound with which Clax you seem to interpret as both frustration and alarm, as he well, on route it would have deactivated the cryo blade, because he wouldn't be able to tap the buttons otherwise. and will take out the two of you recognize it as the same thing that was inserted into the star chart room area. Amir, you had determined it must have been an equivalent of a computer spike, and jams it into the system.
So he's planning on attempting
to force us out.
To force us out of the wormhole travel. I'm pretty sure that's not how that works, but okay.
Well, no, I mean, you can force yourself out of hyperspace.
Well, are we in hyperspace or are we using a wormhole?
We're using a wormhole, but it required the hyperdrive to use the wormhole. So since it required the hyperdrive and also Star Wars bullshit.
Fair.
Okay.
So he's trying to get us to stop on our journey.
Let's see, you have the wall. Amir, you're in a good enough position. You can make me a perception roll.
Nine.
Okay. There is some kind of shift in the 3D nav display, but it's not high enough for me to tell you exactly what it is. Just that you noticed there was some kind of shift.
Well, we know he's intending to change course, so I'm going to presume he changed course.
Okay. Okay. You know what? Given the situation, and the fact that the cloak at the moment is not cloaking, I'll spend the other action to toggle that. Excuse me. He will, it looks like he'll toggle something on his armor. And yeah, he is injured and stuff, so yeah, there is no shame in doing that. What do I want to represent that with? I'll represent it with that. There will be a there will be a kind of shifting, blurring effect around him. He's not.
He tries to cloak.
He's not cloaked. You can definitely see. He's like there's definitely right there, but the image is kind of shifting, making it kind of difficult to target.
Oh yeah, he's got a blur effect,
Yeah.
which is going to make him harder to hit, which is potentially a problem.
What were you trying to have me hold an action for, anyways?
I want you to hold an action to use your cannon.
With Tim right there? Poor
Just,
Tim.
just hold an action to use your cannon. It'll make sense in a minute. Feel free to shoot him also with your rifle. Also, just make sure to declare you're holding one action for your cannon.
Alrighty.
Tim,
I will trust you on this because you are the Pathfinder.
Tim attempts again and misses. Okay, noonish.
Already in?
Same here, but I have to step away for a moment because Adrian's calling.
Yep.
No, because you're first. No, it's fine. We can wait a minute.
Man. At least I still feel that he's within the party's league.
Oh yeah.
Even when the shield goes down, it just makes him, more apt to actually take damage.
I really wish we had Discord and Commands and Tactics, though.
If we had Discord here, it'd be so much better.
Which reminds me, I forgot to actually put Tactics on her sheet now that we actually have rules for those versus just her having dice.
It's like, so far, I think the Tactics have been feeling a bit more balanced as compared to some of my questioning on how I've been doing Command.
Yeah.
Because I feel that Tactics throws in nifty bonuses here and there.
I know they've definitely been helping Crow because oh cool, I don't have to buff an attack skill because I have this tactic that does that. I can just focus on the defense.
Yeah.
Waiting for the nature.
I wish that when you had a song playing, that the block got entirely colorized.
Mm.
So if you have a lot of things open, you can just scroll and go, okay, that's what's playing.
Well, it should tell you what's playing.
The only way I can tell what's... No, I mean,
It's because if you click on the jukebox, it shows you what's now playing.
It shows you what's now playing. However, if I'm wanting to scroll down to toggle it off...
Okay.
And switch to something else...
Yeah.
Yeah, that was my my thing. Let me get to... I'm gonna go with Blasiris. Okay, I wonder what you're gonna do, and I'm wondering which scene is gonna play out, because there's an A and B ending depending on who has navigational control here.
One is it to be continued for next year, and the other's
By the way, which one are you wanting me to do? Implosion or explosion?
Suck. I need you to set it to suck.
I shall suck.
But like I said, feel free to shoot him also. Just I need you to hold an action for that.
Well, I only have 4 dice.
Okay.
If I don't do anything.
Okay.
So it depends. Are you just wanting me to hit an area and then cause him to have a lifting roll or do damage to him?
If you shoot him with your rifle, I want you to do damage. But as far as the suction cannon, for the cannon, you don't need to do damage.
Cool. So I just need to be able to hit an area.
Yeah, you just need to hit a spot,
which I can easily do with 3 dice.
Yeah,
got it. I just wanted to make sure as I'm thinking about this because I'm walking back to my computer now.
No. I just need you to hit a square. And hopefully this works the first time.
I don't see how it will be hard for me to do that.
Hopefully this works the first time, because I'm putting my last 3 character points into it.
Oh, you're spending character points on this?
Yep.
You want me to spend character points on the damage then? For
No. I think we're okay. It's your rifle seems to be consistently either breaking his shield or doing damage, so I don't think you need to...
No, I'm talking about the cannon to make the lifting roll harder.
Oh, no. I don't think you'll need that. But that's the joy of character points. You can roll your 6D, decide, or 8D, or whatever it is, decide whether you like the number, and then decide on whether you want character points.
Suction is 6 dice of damage.
Yeah.
/ lifting.
So you can roll the damage first, and then decide whether you feel like you need character points.
Cool. So 2, 4, 6 dice. I'm going to dodge. I'm going to do that. So that puts me at 4 dice to shoot him. 4 dice for dodge, and 3 dice for missile weapons. I shall give you rolls momentarily, because I am physically rolling. Oh yeah, that's right. I'm also going to do the quick pulse, so I have an extra 2d for the blaster. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for damage of the blaster. Do that. Roll my dodge. It's going to be absolutely horrible. Here's what I'm doing actively. Like, I will move over and do that so I can actually see him. And I will also give you the held action of the launcher attack once I'm told where to put the launcher and suction around that. Just this. I assume it would be a 15 or less, right? To be able to hit a square.
Oh, easily, yeah.
Just wanted to make sure. Let's find out what my 6 dice of suction is going to be. Poor Tim. We'll have to recover him and rebuild him for Kim. Alright, 12, 15, 20,
That's a pretty good roll.
20. That's screw it. I'm gonna spend my last 2 character point on this. What's that? I think I'll set this for a character point. By the way, did I hit him with the 42? Did I miss with those blur shenanigans?
With the circuit effective.
Don't forget his wound and stun, too.
Well, I have the original defense right there. Okay. Links to the blur and stuff tied to the defender.
I will spend a character point to hit him. I will add
dodge, right?
I will add 10 to my 42.
He was interjecting a shield. His physical shield.
So it's either way, it's his ranged defense.
Yeah, it was acting as a
Okay. So hopefully his brawling defense is nowhere near as high because I can't touch a 42.
Okay. Okay. So
I will add 10 to my 42 to hit him after character point spent.
So adding 10 to that increases your damage to that.
That is to hit 52.
Yeah. Okay.
Not
Well, no, yeah, but he has a hit
yeah,
bonus,
yeah.
so that's what I was factoring in. It's not enough to be a die, so I can just mentally factor that in.
And here is what will happen when it's Amir's turn. Whenever he tells me to shoot the square to cause the lifting roll check.
Okay, that's still in the wounded range. Okay, and that's it for you. Okay, now it's its turn proper, so it has to re-roll defenses.
Roll for shit. Roll for shit. Roll for shit.
But did I hear Tristan asking for it to roll for shit?
Yep.
I just want to make sure I heard that.
Be David's dice.
Still wounded. Action. Plus.
Guard on the outside defense. Yeah, I'll add my swimming bonus. That makes sense. Yep, it is what it is.
Okay. Reaches behind himself, pulls out a rifle. The rifle has a remember the kind of clamp thing that tried to get Klax. Oh, by the way, Klax, I don't think you ever removed that tether thing, so I do need a lifting roll for that.
Well, it failed to hit me.
Yeah,
The tether that...
yeah, I got hit by the tether, not Klax.
Oh, the thing from the Extremistic.
Oh yeah, that one.
Oh,
did,
that thing. We completely forgot about that for some
Yeah, I forgot
rounds.
about that too.
He's just been walking around with that attached.
It's like, screw you. I'm too big for your ass. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, so he tugged on it once and just gave up.
Yeah, because the thing doesn't stop playing. I just forgot that it was attached to you. Because there's a couple of things you use that for. One of it is like a zip line, and another is to force targets to like get pulled to places.
Okay, why is my dice doing this today? You said you wanted lifting. I will give you lifting, and I will hold on to this thing to make him not be able to use it and make his life miserable. I'm basically using it to control him at this point.
Well, he's not holding the other end. One end is in the ground where he was.
Oh.
So he's basically leashed you.
Yeah.
But I'm moving towards where he was.
Yeah, you are giving yourself slack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's still trying to force you into exactly where the Extremistic is. So...
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I'll just
okay, you can resist
casually remove that shit.
Okay. With the rifle pointing towards you, it had that clawhead that tried to snag the key card, the orange key card from you, it will fold and shift back as back to the off to the side of the barrel as the underbarrel shifts and locks on a different attachment.
The transformer.
Okay. Cloaking is active right now. It didn't do that because that takes too many actions with the thing he's in. Okay. So we're at that way. Which lowers it to that.
Yep, keep mapping yourself. Keep mapping yourself.
It shifts, bracing its rifle weapon. It fires a pulse of, not a pulse, but a bolt of purple energy towards you as it's moving towards you. There is energy arcing out of it. Like, think of obviously not as crazy as this, but the BFG, how it has like tethers kind of shooting out of it. It's kind of like that.
Well, I don't have a dodge, so I guess I have to react. Which ain't gonna be good.
Yeah. With the map and everything, it's not going to be a super high to hit anyway.
6.
Okay, it's not that low.
Like I said, I'm mapped and wounded, and you know.
He's wounded and stunned.
Upside, light shield does work on this.
There will be from the left side of the rifle, there'll be a venting of what you figure is some form of blaster gas and heat.
Could be better. 27.
Okay. Okay. As the bolt travels, you will notice that it is causing damage to things close to it. But as it impacts you, it'll hit you for 25 damage. No, I mean, its damage roll was a 25.
Okay, I was about to say, fuck!
Its damage roll was a 25, and as it impacts you, and as it gets close, the energy tethers hit you a number of times where the main bolt hits you, but your armor is able to hold it.
Okay.
Lots of 4s on that, damn. 4.
Thank you, light shield. Okay.
Lowers its weapon. Makes a sound. Clyde, you'll translate that. You'll translate as, huh. Okay, Ymir.
Okay. Turns the Klax, gives him the nod to be ready. Starts running at the guy. As I do so, dropping the Grok because it's out of ammo.
Okay.
Free action, draw my other gun. Runs up, using gun fu to use my pistol as a melee weapon.
Okay.
I am hooking the grip into the guy's, trying to hook the guy's grip into the guy's armor, using my to hit roll to fire the grapple line into the spinny thing around the sun.
Oh,
and I'm using my free action to slam the reel.
Dude, You're sending him into the signature star.
Oh no!
And then when he hits the star, I want you to hit him with the suck thing, so it sucks the star in on him.
Oh no!
Sure.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Now all this assumes I hit because I just blew my wad. I have nothing in reserve. I'm out of character points and shit.
Your 36 beats the blur boosted defense.
Oh, good. And thank God Chwandak allows me to use my gun, brawling to hit you with my gun.
It's like, so you like burst through. It's like, no, you ain't parrying me, bitch. Getting close.
Just hooks it in there.
Boom.
Well, as this happens, I'm just going to fire, as I was told to, as a hex.
It's like when he hits the sun, you target the sun's hex, and you...
Because I believe it's, 200-meter reel?
Yeah.
And I will proceed to hit the hex that is the star where he is now at.
And I'll assume it can take it, because if the system is strong enough to hold a star, I'll assume we can't hurt it.
And I hit the hex with an 18 for a 35 in lifting check of slash damage to make sure he doesn't get out of the star.
Soak that.
Jesus Christ.
Now you see why I was like, okay, I had my 5 rounds of fun, now we'll go for the Eric move.
Okay.
I wasn't even considering doing that one. That's not even me. That's a Brian.
That's because you don't have a grappling gun.
You know what? Fair. Very fair. If I had one, I'd probably consider it.
Once...
Lord, you just gave me ideas for when we played the Star Wars Outlaw one when I had the droid with the grapple gun.
Yeah.
Once,
And all his power cells are in there too, so this should be real fun.
Oh Lord, you're right. He's literally covered in tech that has power cells.
Yep.
They're now inside a fusion reactor.
Once the figure crosses the caution line, there will be a like quick alert chirp.
Warning, somebody crossed the line. Warning.
There will be a warning which the clacks you can easily translate this because it's in the language you've been dealing with.
I think that means everyone could then.
Warning: you have entered a hazardous area.
And as that happens, I'm firing the cannon with the implosion shot to hit him. Like, to hit his hex.
Yep.
Okay.
It's that 18 to hit his hex.
Stars. I'll give you stars. No. That one doesn't apply here. He never mentioned stars. Which is why we get the whole ice skate uphill thing.
Okay. The body, like, goes into the star, right?
Can we just say he's dead and just leave it at that?
I think he's trying to give him an epic description of death.
There's a flaring of the contained stars as body, hits the plasma, like flares out as this body's entering the plasma. Then your shot comes in. As it's coming in, you'll see like this melty armor hand and forearm like reaching out of the star when your launcher shot clacks hits it and begins the the implosion. I didn't think I would need this. Give me a second.
You gave us a set piece. I used it.
No, it won't work like that. I can't.
Did we just give the Terminator thumbs up in the lava pit?
It's like this is the final session. David gave me a small son. What can I do with that?
No, I'm not. Fuck. I guess I will use that image. It's not quite the image I wanted to use, but it will work. Then something rather concerning happens. The arm that's reaching out will begin extending its cryoblade, but as that is happening, the blue star suddenly begins warping and distorting as the arm with the melty arm with the extended cryoblade begins smudging to the side at an angle. As the arm is being, and this is a real term, spaghettified.
Ow. I just created a black hole.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting that, actually.
We were joking about making a black hole earlier. We actually did.
As with the arm, the cardboard like shatters and it's shatter kind of much into it's not even really an accretion disk at this point. Just the gravity shear. There are now klaxons going off in here. And all kinds of displays on the console you're near, Amir. Not sure what it says, but the color red usually isn't good.
Tim, Klax.
As the miniature black hole.
Amir, we created a black hole.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting that, actually.
It's a black hole inside a ship. This isn't good.
Well, I mean, if they can power a ship on a sun, they can totally power the ship on a black hole, right?
I don't think this is good.
Well, Tim, Klax, you work on stabilizing, I'll work on fixing the course.
You mean Kim? I don't know how to do anything with this.
One, you can provide an assistance bonus. Two, you can translate, because I don't think the droid knows how to speak the language.
I will go assist him. Okay.
Between you and the computer, I'm sure the three of you can figure it out while I'm doing a course correction. And also using control pane, so I'm not at map again anymore.
Okay. So there's the console, and then there's the data spike in the console. Are you wanting to use the control system to
My intent was to use the controls.
Okay.
Use the same thing I used the first time.
Okay. Since I've described the console and such, do you want to chance that action at all?
Right, the data spike.
Yeah.
The other console. The one that didn't get fucked up.
Oh, okay.
Use the one that didn't get fucked up.
Okay. Correction. That's the... plus that.
That's I know I made the second number. The first number is in theory in range, but again is modified by whatever you're.
Yeah.
So hopefully the number's lower because we're close. I mean, the logic sounds right. Romulans use black hole. Why can't they? These guys are using sun. Black hole, totally the same thing, right?
Okay.
It's like, oh, you want a stable system or do you want to live?
Okay.
Apparently, we can't have both.
You like program in the
Trying to course correct, yeah.
The coordinates again, locking out the other console. Okay, where is it? There it is. As you see the line that was on was curved and then shifted to the ghost line is now on the curved line again before you reach the point of no return, as you are now back on the correct course.
Cool. Tim, please fix things. Also, it is 1:30, guys.
Yeah, that we're wrapping it up.
Yeah. Fuck it, I'll describe it. There we go. As the station ship emerges,
I see what you've done here.
just those actually aren't the ship models I wanted to use, but they're what I had. In an old-looking system, the planet over here, having a large orbital ring around it that looks as old as the space around it. There are ships hovering out in space, must be alerted to by the emergence of the insanely large vessel. There will then be a communication from the outside to the ship that you're on and have just navigated here. Well, welcome, Vishan, to the lost world of Alistas. we await the salvation and renewal that you will bring us. And with that, given that it's 1:30,
and that's a good endpoint. Yeah. Nice open-ended. Can be revisited in a full campaign.
Yeah. Now, I did not expect this guy to be so thoroughly eliminated. I thought I could actually use him as like maybe a recurring thing. But just we gotta fight him.
It's okay.
So that's cool.
Wormhole, black hole shenanigans, something time, something. No. Or just use another one.
I could just use another one. Yeah, there's no problem with that. Do you want to see where the ghost route was going to take you?
Sure.
I can't tell what that is.
I see I see some rocks, and I see it looks like a larger ship exploded.
There are some rocks. There is a larger ship that, if you
it looks distorted, which is so weird.
Yeah,
it is distorted. If you I don't know if you can see the entire map or not. If you move the map up a little bit. That is
there's a black hole.
That is the accretion disk of a black hole.
Oh, so he would have brought us out right into a black hole.
So that ship there is just being stretched due to its proximity. Within the accretion disk is something it would have headed towards, which is this. Which would have then given way to the being which the only other being that would have netted it more social value than you guys. This.
At which point, that's definitely the bad ending. We all die, or the setup for next year, or another episode.
But no, arguably, you guys got the good ending.
Oh yeah, we definitely in theory got the good ending. We didn't run into Space Cthulhu, and we, totally, finished it within a reasonable time.
Yep. Yeah. It's like, I would have hoped that some of the fear of, wait, what could possibly be powerful enough to be coming out of the accretion disk of a black hole? Oh, fuck no!
Yeah. We are very glad we did not do that.
Yeah. I just want to say that I don't care, even if it gets reset, I'm taking these weapons with me. There's nothing will stop me.
Well, I mean, we got to keep the flamethrower from last year, so I don't see why not.
I finally have something that's more powerful than a pistol.
Yeah, it's like there's...
I want to see a Krogan with a missile launcher.
Yeah, I take it...
fires miniature black holes.
I take it, Eric. You got some of the, I'll call them Easter eggs. You may call them rip-offs. in terms of story that I kid bash for this.
Yes, I see what you have done, and I'm not gonna comment.
What, you didn't want to find the Sejuk?
I'm just disappointed.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, congrats.
Solaris ships, dimensional horrors, Predator, Homeworld, just...
God. For next year, I probably should set my alarm for this, like, on my calendar, to say, start prepping fucking 2 months ahead.
Yeah, don't do it 2 weeks before.
Yeah, sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't. It failed this time.
I mean, it worked-ish. I mean, the monster was a threat. We were worried about it.
Oh, true, but I mean, like, compare this to, like, Metroids.
Well, yeah.
And the Metroids float a lot better.
It flowed a lot better. There was a stronger narrative. I mean, there was a narrative here, but it was much more about the stalking monster than it was the narrative.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with that, because that's how Predator did it, and that's how Alien did it.
Yeah.
The only issue was that the beginning of it was very rocky because of the fact that there was no real clear direction to go at first.
Yeah.
And that problem was part of me doing the survival horror part, where this thing that you're not entirely sure of is happening, and then you find out why as it goes on.
Yeah, you just forgot the part where you're supposed to give us the premise for why we're there.
Yeah.
Because even when they do that, it's either you've even the simple ones where it's like you've just crashed and you're just trying to find a way out. That's still a premise to give you forward.
It's like, well, I feel like the distress level will draw you in, and it's like, wait, there's seemingly no one here to be distressed.
Right, which is why that gave us the loose thing to go with, because we got the distress call, we landed, and then it's like, okay, we have life forms here, and here, let's go check those out. And it was very loose, but...
Yeah, it was very loose. It just wasn't as strong, and I need to... if I'm going to do another survival horror kind of thing, I need to shore that part up.
Yeah. But overall, we finished it on time. I don't think anybody was disappointed with this one. We certainly had a satisfying conclusion.
Yeah.
Everybody got a good laugh out of it.
Oh, freaking A! The way you guys... I love the teamwork at the end for killing... the name I had on the token was Salger. So defeating Salger like you guys did was... Again, I like the teamwork. I was kind of like... I'm like, do I even need to roll damage for this? It's a star, and it's a black hole. Yeah, I was thinking, should I put 9,999 dice?
Yeah, I figured you were just gonna go, okay, that's cool. That's a cool kill. That just works.
To roll. I'm like, shit. Because I was worried about the hit stuff, too. Because I was like, oh man, it rolled pretty well, and with your injuries and everything, I don't know if you're going to make that. Well, I mean, you hooked him. I see there's zero damage here for some reason. I mean, that hits, but I don't think you're going to do much damage. Oh, you're hooking. What?
And so, I'm not doing damage.
Doing what? Doing what? Well, that second roll is not going to hit. Oh, you're not targeting him. Okay, well, that hits the range difficulty. Oh, okay. Well, then, what about the gravity thing? What's he going to do with it? Oh, he's shooting it. He's telling him to shoot it at the star. What the fuck?
It's like, what the fuck are you doing? And then all the pieces came together, and you're like, oh.
Yeah, a part I enjoyed, and let me know if this kind of worked for you guys. The idea that that you kind of had to figure out how your enemy's defenses functioned.
Yeah, I like that
stuff.
Yeah, I usually like that kind of thing.
I don't mind it if it's a bit straightforward, and this was kind of straightforward, but it was really annoying at the beginning just because it's like, okay, it's invisible. I have no idea what I'm doing to this thing.
That was the problem there, because it was fairly straightforward. It's like, okay, try this, that worked, that one didn't work, etc. But because the cloaking was being so effective the whole time, I was like, I don't know what the fuck we're accomplishing.
Okay, about that, and this is kind of a problem with mark moding people. Again, I'm not blaming you, Brian, or anything. I know you have stuff going on. But those grenades, well, of course, the regular grenades, they were sonic-based grenades that resonated at the right frequency to disrupt his cloak, even if he wasn't in the damage radius. So that's why I was like, oh, okay, you're not taking time to figure out what it does, because you guys aren't signing time for it. Okay, so I figure you guys are going to use it at some point.
And if he'd been here, he probably would have.
Yeah. So
now, alternatively, what you also could have done to give us that hint, because you started giving us that hint, like when Eric was hitting with the AOE gun and started fucking up with his thing.
Yeah, because that was a thing that made sense for it to work.
You could have done something in the environment that gave us a clue.
And it could have been much sooner than when we got the sonic grenades.
Yeah.
The issue was before this encounter.
Yeah. Well, there was other things you could do, because regular anti-invisibility tricks would have worked, like liquid on the ground,
which we didn't have any of, and which was like, that's why it's like you could have given us environmental clues, like like the idea of like we're in an area, there's a puddle here because of leaky pipes or whatever, then we would have seen the liquid trick would have worked.
Well, the thing is, like, when Brian was all like, I'm using yada yada's oil for stuff, and I'm like, okay, what do you? Oh, you're just relying on fire? Because you could have poured the oil out. I mean, in my mind, you guys had plenty of resources to do shit.
Yeah, I'm not saying we didn't have the resources. Yeah. I'm just saying if you wanted us to figure that out, and you were seeing the problem that was happening with Brian, you could have worked in a couple of environmental clues to at least attempt to give us a hint that's the kind of thing you were aiming for. It's not a complaint. It's just, again, those first two encounters were a little tedious because the invisibility was being so...
Yeah.
And those of us who were actually paying attention or in the session didn't have the tools Brian had.
Right.
So...
Because, like, I even pointed out, I was like, Brian, what are you doing? Because he completely missed what we were trying to have him do at the beginning.
He usually does.
Yeah. Like, admittedly, napalming him, there's still fire on him.
That's why I was so glad the ion of the sun at least was providing some kind of help.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's like, again, when the energy thing hit him, it disrupted his cloak.
Yeah.
It's like current things do it. It's like there's a number of things that could have done it, but I do understand
environmental clues not necessarily being.
I do understand the issue. That was just one of those situations to where I was like, players are resourceful individuals. I'm not having this be like a Shinzon cloak or anything.
No,
I'm sure they'll do something. And when nothing was happening, I was like, okay.
And like I said, that's because you were relying on one player to do a thing, and
I was relying on the group to do a thing.
Yeah. And it's like, Eric and I were just working with the tools we had on hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't have the tools to be able to do anything about that.
Because so yeah, no, I get that.
That said, it still worked out. The pacing was reasonably decent. I
think it dragged in the beginning.
There was a little bit of drag in the beginning, yeah, but that's why I said reasonably decent. It wasn't perfect, but we've had worse.
Yeah.
And this is definitely probably one of the strongest monster vibes we've had in a while.
Okay, because from my perspective, I was like, was it too much? Was it too much combat? Was it just?
I expect more combat from a horror survival. Like, if you're wanting to do Halloween theme, it's either you're going to have a lot more combat, or you're going to have a lot more chase scenes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If that's what you're going for, that's what you need to aim for. But at the same time, you don't want to take player agency away and make it where they can't fight back.
No,
the default reaction of a player group against anything is to try to kill it.
Unless they're new school, in which case it's try and talk to it, romance it, and take it to prom.
Well,
and tell it has rights.
That's if they take the Bard approach. Thank you.
Well, honestly, the Bard approach, it would have given you guys cultural information, but it still very much would have been, no, I'm interested in using you to up my own station. You now understand this.
Yeah, but it's not that there was too much combat, but the first couple combats were kind of a little had very tedious moments because, again, it was the thing that we've run into with boss fights and stuff where it's like, it's hard to tell if we're actually doing anything.
Yeah.
Because it's invisible. Usually it's because you're not being the best at describing descriptions, but like, no, it's like, he has no reason to describe the descriptions at this point. It's invisible.
Yeah. And it's like I tried to describe things that would make sense for your characters to be able to perceive them.
Yeah.
Like the distortion in the field when it's hit and stuff like that. Now, what I probably should do in the future is, if I have an invisible dude, if the first fight is a bit of a crapshoot, you guys can figure out, okay, that's fine, that just shows what it can do, and then the next fight introduce something that is hopefully not cheesable.
Yeah.
To
it's like the first fight was fine. Yeah. Second fight, they'll give us an environmental clue or something.
Because it's like in my mind, and this is probably my issue of again, I tend to like to do things different ways that other people don't necessarily think the same way I do. Of like, okay, you're in an engineering situation. There's probably coolant conduits in the walls that you can pull out and do shit with, and I'm like, well, I mean, I've known Brian to think about stuff like that. Sometimes Utris thinks about that. If it's one of those engineering situations where I'm actually just driving pipes around and they just aren't.
Yeah, so again, you're giving environmental clues.
Yeah, but it's stuff like that to where I was like, okay, I'm sure they'll be proactive. Again, that didn't...
Yeah, like when you gave us the holotank, I thought that, oh, cool.
Yeah.
When you started describing how that works, like, cool, it's a place to level the playing field, because his cloak is less effective in there, and we get environmental bonuses.
Yeah.
And then the whole fight took place outside the holotank.
Well, it was a couple rounds inside the holo field, and then I was like, okay, this keeps on in here, and no one's going to be able to hit each other because of the cover bonuses. So let's have a few rounds in here, and then he's going to break.
Well, you see, that's because I was trying to get to happen, because he'd been doing melee all the way up to that point, and then he chose the final fight to go mostly ranged. When we were in the tank, it's like, okay, I'm trying to close with him so we can do melee, and then cover won't be a problem. And he kept running away from me and going around.
Oh, you want to know why he didn't immediately close on you?
Mm.
He didn't want to enter the gravity field.
Well, yeah, I know. He was dodging the gravity field.
Yeah, that was a response to that, or else I would have had him fisticuff. But it's like, no, I need to stay at range right now. That was a response to that.
I was forcing him to move away from the consoles. So he could have still came towards us.